that the projects are completed, particularly the Trans-Calabari Road, because it will contribute immensely to boosting the socio-economic status of Rivers State and Nigeria as a whole.
We're also very much aware of the very difficult and challenging terrain around here in terms of communicating between communities. This project, when completed, I think will boost the socio-economic life of the state and the nation as a whole. And we're hoping and imploring the contractors to make sure that they keep to the timelines. I think the state has been able to meet up with its own obligation in terms of making available resources for them. So we're counting on them to keep to the completion time.
Earlier, Ibas inspected the civil servants' quarters designated for permanent secretaries, highlighting the challenges experienced by civil servants and the need for comfortable housing facilities.
I have civil servants that have challenges with their accommodation. We've been out there to see how far the project is going, and I think I was also assured that the accommodation will be delivered on time so that those who require them will be able to settle down to do their work.
The administrator said he is steering the process of building a peaceful state and would benefit the people of the state. Similar Fabara has assured residents of Rivers State that the ongoing political crisis will ultimately fortify them to emerge strong. Fabara said this during an Eid al-Fitr Salat visit at his private residence in Port Harcourt by Muslim leaders from Islamic groups, including the Supreme Council for Islamic Affairs. He urged a delegation and supporters to trust in God's plan, noting that while the tension may feel disheartening, supernatural forces could be at work beyond human grasp.
We, as humans, might feel a bit depressed because of the situation, maybe because of what we are seeing, but we might not understand what is deeper, that is beyond us, that has happened. But in everything, we have decided to give glory to the Almighty God. So in this season of sharing, of love, of sacrifice, I want people to understand and know that I came into your period of festival. I also believe strongly that we shall come out stronger. Yes.
Representing the Muslim community, Alhaji Nasir Uho expressed solidarity with the governor, pledging their prayers and support. He praised Fabara's inclusive governance and recognition of Islam, encouraging steadfastness and citing the Islamic teaching that Allah rewards patience.
We unanimously agreed that there's no way our celebration will be complete if we do not pay you this visit. So we are very happy to be here, Your Excellency. We're even happier that it took you no time to approve our visit. And it's just like you now. We are not stating it because we are here. Severally, both within the state here and outside the state, at the various national and international fora I have been involved with, they have always been curious to know, how is your River State? Is your governor going to be able to cope with this? And I told them, if it were possible for you to get to River State, you know that for now we have one of the best governors in the state. Oh.
Or added that such challenges reflect Islamic beliefs where the Creator tests people through wealth, power, and authority. A research fellow at the Institute of Development Studies at the University of Nigeria ENUGU campus, Dr. Uzochukwu Amakom, has charged state governments to involve their citizens in the preparation of their annual budgets. Dr. Amakom gave the advice when he featured on Signature Morning, a breakfast show on Signature TV. He said that being the second most important document of every country or subnational, citizens must be engaged to make their input on what their priorities are.
I believe that the most important thing should be what's the content of the budget. Yeah, because when you have, budget is garbage in, garbage out. If you have rubbish in your budget, if you implement, it becomes rubbish. But if you have real issues in your budget, when you implement, it will affect people. I remember when you see a project in the budget, you find out that before the end of the year, that project somehow has been done.
Yeah.
So when such happens, implementation is not a problem. You know it will be implemented. But today, most people cry about implementation. I don't cry about implementation. I cry about the content of the budget. Because if we assume that all these things will be implemented, how will it affect us? I think that's the most important thing. And once we get it right there, and we now push again for it to be implemented, at least at the end of the day, you expect, because there is this expectation. As a family, when you sit down with your wife and children and say, oh, in 2025, this is what we want to achieve. Sometimes you don't have money, but you've projected you are going to do that. You will find out that the first month that comes, your wife begins to ask you, honey, what's the next thing? I think you said we are going to do this. We are going to buy a car. We are going to buy these things. You now see that when you go on to implement that thing, the entire family will be good. The entire family will be happy with you. But when nobody knows what you intend to implement and how it's going to affect them. So, and that's the problem with some of the budgets in the country, especially at the state level. There are so many what I call frivolous items, irrelevant issues.
The research fellow told the labor unions to also show more active interest in the budget process, as well as the implementation of the budget to ensure that the needs of citizens are met. He noted that real development cannot be achieved without proper accountability and transparency in the budget process and implementation.
On organized level, most times when I see how they do their thing, I get confused. I said, is it not time the organized labor, whether it's NLC, TUC, ASU, all those organized professionals, should we continue to talk about our salaries instead of advocating for the right thing to be done? Because why do we not have maybe the kind of salary we want to have? Or why is it that it's not enough for us to use it? After 2 years, you begin to agitate for increase. It's because something is fundamentally wrong. Can we go back to our drawing board? I've never seen NLC. I'm not accusing NLC, but I'm telling you my facts. I've never seen NLC after budget presentation at the federal level, at the state level. I've never seen TUC, I've never seen ASU, I've never seen NASU, I've never seen all these professionals and Nigerian Medical Association, all these people, saying we've looked at the budget to our sector and we believe that ABC is not correct. You don't do that. ASU don't do that in November, December when budget is presented. But you come in June during implementation and begin to ask for increment. Where do you want the government to get it from? I don't know whether it makes, I know some people will say, oh, you are making it technical. It is not technical. I have asked my colleague, I said, don't you believe that we need to start on time? Talk about plans, talk about policies, so that if all these things are captured in our plans and the policies are there to execute them, if they now come up with budget and we don't see them, we begin to say, no, our plans say you must do this, and I did not see it in your budget.
Abia State Governor Alex Oti has advocated for the humane treatment of inmates at various correctional facilities in Nigeria. Governor Oti stated this when he played host to members of the House Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institutions led by the committee chairman Chinedu Oga in Umuahia. The governor disclosed that plans for the renovation of the correctional facilities have been underway, with the designs already submitted and undergoing verification. Chairman of the House of Representatives Committee on Reformatory Institutions, Chinedu Oga, commended Governor Oti for his infrastructural strides and contributions towards improving correctional facilities within the state. Oga said that they were in Abia State as part of the committee's oversight functions and praised the governor's efforts in enhancing security and boosting artisanship. He highlighted the significance of Governor Oti's initiative, noting that Abia is the only state in the southeast with a 3,000 capacity correctional center located in Uzuakoli. The National Assembly has commended Governor Alex Oti for signing the Abia State Electricity Bill into law and creating a regulatory body for electricity generation and distribution in Abia State. The Chairman House of Representatives Committee on Renewable Energy, Alpha Mongene, gave the commendation when he led a delegation of the House of Representatives Committee on Renewable Energy to pay the governor a working visit. He appreciated the giant strides of Governor Oti, especially in the areas of road infrastructure, noting the power challenges confronting the nation cannot be overemphasized. According to him, the transition of Nigeria to renewable energy is a top priority to the House of Representatives, hence its popularization by the House. Responding, Governor Alex Oti appreciated the members of the committee for the visit while noting that power is very important to economic development, commended the National Assembly on what it is doing in that regard. He said that the Abia State electricity law would boost the economy of the state through power. Up ahead, federal government to close Lagos Independence Bridge for 2 months from Tuesday. NCS calls for greater use of indigenous developers to boost economy. These are more after the break.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The federal government has announced the closure of the Independence Bridge Marina Bound starting April 1st for essential maintenance and rehabilitation works. The Federal Comptroller of Works, Lagos, Olukorede Kesha, made this known in a statement on Monday in Lagos. She explained that the bridge would remain closed until the end of May 2025. She said that the closure will affect traffic traveling from Amadou Bello Way and Adeola Odeku towards Marina, Echo Bridge and Onikon by Zone 2. Kasha advised motorists to plan their journeys accordingly and use alternative routes to avoid traffic congestion during the repair period. The governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde, has said that the economic stability and developments being witnessed in the state results from peace and harmonious coexistence among its residents. The governor states this when Muslim faithful and political office holders from various levels of government paid a visit to his Ikolaba residence, Ibadan, shortly after the Eid al-Fitr prayers at the Eid ground, Agodi, Ibadan. Governor Makinde congratulated the Muslim Ummah on witnessing the end of Ramadan and Eid al-Fitr 2025.
We have peace in the states. We are into a situation where we can see progress, we can see development, we can see peaceful coexistence, and we want to sustain that. Everybody should do their best. It's a difficult and challenging period, but tough times doesn't last, but tough people will.
President Bola Tinubu has approved an extension of Mrs. Kemi Nana Nadap's tenure as the Comptroller General of the Nigerian Immigration Service (NIS) through December 31, 2026. This was contained in a statement released by the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Onanuga, on Monday. Tinubu appointed Nandap as Comptroller General on March 1, 2024 to serve till August 31, 2025. President Tinubu commended the Comptroller General for her exemplary leadership and urged her to continue dedicating herself to the service's strategic priorities, which align with his administration's renewed hope agenda. Nanda began her career in the Nigerian Immigration Service on October 9, 1989. The Nigerian Computer Society (NCS) has called for better utilization of indigenous developers and solutions to help boost the local economy. President of the Nigerian Computer Society, Dr. Surajo Aliyu, made the call in an interview in Lagos on Monday. Aliyu expressed concern over Nigeria's developing products that were not supported locally, noted that some even went abroad to register and market them. He highlighted that these resulted in revenue and job opportunities flowing to foreign countries instead of benefiting Nigeria. He appealed to the government to prioritize supporting the IT industry and its professionals, stressing the importance of liaising with NCS, a key player in the sector. Aliyu also encouraged learning from other countries to improve the local industry, ensuring that more homegrown solutions were embraced. The Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, has raised concerns over the increasing number of cerebrospinal meningitis cases across the country, saying its peak season is between November and May. The latest figures indicate a surge in infections, with 807 suspected cases and 74 deaths reported across 22 states and the Federal Capital Territory (FCT) as of March 26, 2025. The NCDC Director General, Dr. Jide Idris, said this in an interview on Monday in Abuja. Idris said the agency has activated emergency response measures to curb the outbreak, particularly in Kebbi, Katsina, and Sokoto, the most affected states. According to him, in Kebbi State, health authorities have confirmed 248 suspected cases and 26 deaths since late January. He said the cerebrospinal meningitis is a life-threatening infection of the brain and spinal cord caused by Neisseria meningitis bacteria. According to him, vaccination remains the most effective protection against meningitis. Idris also advised citizens to avoid close contact with sick individuals and seek immediate medical attention if symptoms appear. He warned health officials that meningitis cases could continue to rise if preventive measures were not taken seriously. The United Nations Children's Fund (UNICEF) has emphasized the importance of ensuring that hospitals, particularly primary healthcare centers, PHCs, have oxygen readily available for newborns who may need it. Martin Dolstland, UNICEF Health Manager for Maternal, Newborn, Child and Adolescent Health (MNCAH) and HIV, made this call in an interview on Monday in Abuja. According to him, 30% of the infant mortality in Nigeria is caused by delivery problems, while 50% of these deaths are occurring on the first day and 75% within the first week. He also highlighted that neonatal deaths, which made up 32% of under-5 mortality, were largely caused by births, asphyxia, prematurity, and infectious conditions that were preventable with proper care. Dorsten explained that asphyxiated newborns often required oxygen to survive, as their lungs might be underdeveloped. He stressed the importance of having oxygen readily available in hospitals and that it should be administered in a controlled, regulated manner to avoid harming the baby. He assured of further notice that Nigeria ranked second in under-5 mortality, and to meet the SDG 3.2 targets by 2030, the country must accelerate efforts to reduce mortality rates. He emphasized that investment in maternal, newborn, and child health was crucial for improving outcomes and ensuring equitable access to quality care. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency (NIMET) has predicted sunshine and cloudiness from Tuesday to Thursday across the country. NIMET's weather outlook, released on Monday, predicted sunny skies on Tuesday with few cloud patches over the northern region, with chances of isolated thunderstorms over parts of Adamawa, Kaduna, and Taraba states later in the day. According to NIMET, sunny skies with patches of cloud are anticipated over the north-central region, with slim chances of isolated thunderstorm over parts of the Federal Capital Territory, Benue, Nasarawa, and Kogi states during the morning hours. According to NIMET, sunny skies with few clouds are anticipated over the northern region on Wednesday, with prospects of isolated thunderstorms with or without rains over parts of Kebbi, Zamfara, Taraba, Bauchi, Gombe, Adamawa, and Kaduna states later in the day. The agency envisaged sunny skies on Thursday with few patches of clouds over the northern region in the morning hours, with prospects of isolated thunderstorms over parts of Taraba in the afternoon and evening period. NIMET urged people to drink plenty of water, to stay hydrated, stay in well-ventilated and cool spaces, as temperatures are high over most parts of the country, putting people at risk of heat stress. It advised the public to get vaccinated against meningitis, practice good hygiene by washing hands regularly, avoid overcrowding in small spaces, use a nose mask to reduce chances of infection, and avoid close contact with those affected. Still to come, Poland signs air defense deal with U.S. worth almost $2 billion. White House says steps taken on signal charts, considers case closed. These and more after the break.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
The Trump administration deported more alleged Venezuelan and MS-13 gang members to El Salvador, sending 17 people in claims were foreign criminals, the U.S. State Department said on Monday. The Salvadoran presidency released footage on Monday of security forces receiving these deportees. The group of alleged violence criminals tied to Tren de Aragua and MS-13 was transported by the U.S. military on Sunday night. U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in a statement, adding that the deportees included murderers and rapists. El Salvador's President Nayib Bukele stated in a post on X that all deportees were confirmed murderers and high-profile offenders, including 6 child rapists. U.S. authorities did not provide names of individuals or details about the alleged convictions. The State Department and U.S. Department of Homeland Security did not immediately respond to requests for comments. Poland and the United States signed an agreement worth nearly $2 billion for delivery of logistical support for the Patriot air defense system, Poland's defense minister said in a Shosas on Monday. Poland is ramping up its defense capabilities, positioning itself as a key player on NATO's eastern flank in the face of an assertive Russia and also of a U.S. administration under Donald Trump that has sharply criticized Europe over security matters. The agreement with the U.S. concerns the delivery of logistical support for the Patriot system within the armed forces and includes technical support components as well as training. Poland's defense ministry said implementing the agreement would enable the operational readiness of Patriot launchers, which form the foundation of the Westland program.
Today is another stage and a big investment into Poland's safety. Because defending our skies is not just a matter of honor, though it is very important to us, but is an existential matter for the security of Poland. Air defense spending is the biggest and it costs the most. It often costs much less for the enemy to attack than to defend your own airspace, which can sometimes be even 10 times more expensive investment. This is the basic, existential investment into Poland's safety, and we carry it out with determination and responsibility. Therefore, an investment of almost $2 billion, that's the value of the contracts that have just been signed, which covers the provision of equipment, logistical support for well-functioning Patriot batteries, for the entire system and for the entire Whistler program.
Spurred by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine in 2022, Poland has become NATO's top spender in terms of proportion of its national wealth devoted to defense. Warsaw said it will spend 4.1% of the gross domestic product on defense in 2024, with a pledge to hit this to 4.7 in 2025. 3 of the 4 U.S. Army soldiers who went missing in Lithuania last week when their vehicle sunk in a peat bog have been found dead at the site, while the search for the remaining soldiers continues, U.S. and Lithuanian officials said on Monday. Lithuania had said earlier on Monday that rescuers had recovered the armored vehicle of the missing soldiers in a military training area in Baltic country. The soldiers and their M88 Hercules armored recovery vehicles went missing at the Parbrade training ground near the border with Belarus last week. The White House said on Monday that steps have been taken to ensure that a case like the signal chat in which U.S. war plans were discussed by Trump administration officials on a commercial messaging app will not happen again. President Donald Trump's press secretary Caroline Leavitt did not elaborate on those measures, but she told reporters the White House considers the case closed.
As the president has made it very clear, Mike Waltz continues to be an important part of his national security team, and this case has been closed here at the White House as far as we are concerned. There have been steps made to ensure that something like that can obviously never happen again, and we're moving forward. And the president and Mike Waltz and his entire national security team have been working together very well. If you look at how much safer the United States of America is because of the leadership of this team.
U.S. State Department spokesperson Tammy Bruce says on Monday that a team from the U.S. Agency for the International Development was traveling to Myanmar to help identify the most pressing needs in the wake of the earthquake there. U.S. disaster experts, including those based on Bangkok, Manila, and Washington, are monitoring the situation and told the news briefing days after President Donald Trump's administration told Congress it would cut nearly all remaining jobs at USAID and shut the agency.
The United States will provide up to $2 million through Burma-based humanitarian assistance organizations to support earthquake-affected communities as an immediate response to the March 28th earthquake. A U.S. aid team of humanitarian experts based in the region are traveling to Burma now to identify the people's most pressing needs, including emergency shelter, food, medical needs, and access to water. Our disaster experts, including those based in Bangkok, Manila, and Washington, D.C., continue to monitor the situation with coordination with U.S. government counterparts in the region. The United States stands with the people of Burma as they work to recover from the devastation, and we offer our deepest condolences for the loss of life in this obviously extraordinarily difficult time.
Israeli protesters rallied against the government in the streets of Jerusalem on Monday, demanding the return of the remaining hostages held by Hamas in Gaza, while calling for elections and the removal of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Police tried to forcefully remove some of the demonstrators from the road, and a few scuffles broke out. There has been a rise in demonstrations across the country and increasing discontent with Netanyahu's cabinet after bombings on Gaza resumed an attempt to remove Shin Bet head Ronen Bar, who has presided over the investigation into possible ties between Qatar and 3 of the Netanyahu's aides. Israel resumed the war against Hamas in Gaza on March 18th after a 2-month-old relative calm under a truce that saw the return from Hamas captivity of 33 Israeli hostages alive and deceased. 59 hostages are still held in Gaza, 24 of whom are believed to be alive. Since then, daily protests in Tel Aviv and Jerusalem, the seat of Israel's government, have turned more angry and blended with calls to return the hostages under a ceasefire deal, end the war, and safeguard democratic institutions.
So today we are here also because of the government. The government has decided to go into holiday, the parliament, while we're still in a war. There's still bad situation going on. The hostages are still in Gaza, and this is an absurd situation, and we want it to end. We're also here to call for elections. We don't trust this government. Most of the people don't trust this government, and it has no more authority to rule, and we want this to end.
Demonstrating against the government and against the Prime Minister that makes our country less democratic and a lot of corruption. And at the end, we want to change the government and replace the Prime Minister.
I think it's the worst government that we could have ever had. They are very bad people. Like, in summary, they are very bad people, like all kinds of bad, all kinds of bad, but we have to bring them down. We have to change. We have to make a better future for us.
We came here because we want to do everything we can in order to bring back the hostages. I think there is nothing more important right now, rather this proposal of the war. We need to do everything to bring them back home. They are all innocent civilians who are getting to Gaza, and we need to bring them all back. And we are here in order to remind our government that this is the main purpose of everything, the main purpose of the war. We need to do it now, no matter what.
Israeli Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich resigned from his post as minister on Monday in a letter to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. A spokesperson for Smotrich says the move was a protest against nationalist religious Jewish Power Party head Itamar Ben-Gvir's request for more ministerial positions upon Ben-Gvir's return to the government. The resignation is not likely to collapse Netanyahu's coalition. The government passed its 2025 budget in Israel's parliament last week. Syria's interim president Ahmed al-Shara attended on Monday the El Adar Fitr prayers at the presidential palace for the first time after Bashar al-Assad's ouster. Ahead of Eid al-Fitr, Syrian President Ahmed al-Shara announced a transitional government on Saturday, appointing 23 ministers in a broadened cabinet seen as a key milestone in the transition from decades of Assad family rule and improving Syria's ties with the West. Syria's new Sunni Islamist-led authorities have been under pressure from the West and Arab countries to form a government that is more inclusive of the country's diverse ethnic and religious communities. That pressure increased following the killings of hundreds of Alawites, civilians. The minority sects from which toppled leader Bashar al-Assad hails in violence along Syria's western coast this month. In January, Shara was named as interim president and pledged to form an inclusive transitional government that would build up to Syria's gutted public institutions and run the country until the elections, which he said could take up to 5 years to hold. The government will not have a prime minister, with Shara expected to lead the executive branch. Ukraine has documented more than 183,000 Russian war crimes since Moscow's February 2022 invasion. President Volodymyr Zelensky said on Monday, piling pressure on local authorities and on International Criminal Court (ICC) under its strain from U.S. sanctions. Kyiv is probing alleged atrocities like abductions, torture, and murder while struggling to fend off Russia's 3-year-old full-scale assault and is seeking help from its allies to hold the Kremlin accountable. Addressing the summit of European officials in Bucha, the Kyiv suburb now synonymous with alleged Russian war crimes, Zelensky said the tally did not include most of the Ukrainian territory Russia currently occupies.
I'd like to ask all of us to commemorate those Ukrainians whose lives the Russian aggression has taken, whether here in Bucha or in other towns and villages. Thank you. More than 183,000 crimes related to the aggression of the Russian Federation have already been registered. And this is without access to a significant part of the temporarily occupied territory of our state. There are still thousands, maybe tens of thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of crimes. We need effective international law to guarantee our people, and the entire European society, protection from such threats. Justice must be ensured so that evil does not multiply. Pressure on Russia, sanctions against it are needed so that war and concentration do not expand. In just 30 days of occupation, more than 9,000 war crimes were committed in the Bucha district. 1,800 civilians were killed, including 43 children, and 3,800 buildings were destroyed.
Together with First Lady Olena Zelenska and visiting European officials, he paid tribute to the victims of Ukraine's were massacred by Russian troops during their month-long occupation of Bucha. The vast majority of war crimes cases are being investigated by Ukraine and tried locally in understaffed courts. But the ICC has conducted its own investigation into separate high-profile episodes. It has issued arrest warrants for President Vladimir Putin and ex-defense minister Sergei Shoigu for the deportation of Ukrainian children and the targeting of Ukraine's energy grid. French far-right leader Marine Le Pen said on Monday that a court's decision to bar her from office for misuse of European funds was political, adding it ruled her out of the 2027 presidential election. Le Pen confirmed she would appeal the decision, saying she was innocent, and added that if she did successfully overturn Monday's ruling in time, she would run for president.
What she, the judge, is doing here is she's saying, I am going to make you ineligible straight away, and I'm doing it precisely to stop you from being able to be elected president. If that's not a political decision, I don't know what it is. There are millions of French people who are indignant to an unimaginable extent when they see that in France, the country of human rights, judges have put in place practices which we thought were reserved for authoritarian regimes. Do you realize what a dark day this is? Monday, March 30.
The French court's ruling was a catastrophic setback as anger in RN, which is the biggest party in parliament, could push the Hong Assembly deeper into disarray, also complicating things for the minority center-right government. Some Parisians said they could have found it suspicious and unfair that the French court on Monday banned far-right leader and rising political star Marine Le Pen from running for public office in the next election in an embezzlement case. Le Pen, 56, was convicted of misappropriating European Union funds and giving an immediate 5-year ban from running for public office that will stand even pending appeals. The ruling was a catastrophic setback for Le Pen, the National Rally Party chief, who has long been one of the most prominent figures in European far-right and who has been the forefront in opinion polls for the 2027 contest. Unless she can get her sentence overturned before the 2027 election, her RN party will have to find a new candidate for the next election, most likely 29-year-old party president Jordan Bardella. The presiding judge also handed down Le Pen's ban, said no politician was above the law. The president, while prosecutors who had sought the measures said they were simply availing themselves of toughened anti-corruption laws approved by lawmakers in 2016. Those laws have led to immediate political bans such as that affected by Le Pen's becoming more common in France. The judge who convicted Le Pen of misappropriating European Union funds also gave her a 4-year prison sentence, 2 years of which are suspended and 2 years to be served under home detention. She also received $108,200 fine. A fire broke out overnight at a Tesla dealership in Rome, destroying 17 cars, firefighters said on Monday. They did not say what started the blaze. Italian news agency with investigators were not looking into various possible causes, including arson. Emergency services intervened at 4:30 a.m. in eastern neighborhood of Torre Andela. Statements from the fire brigade said, adding that nobody had been injured. The fire partially damaged the building. It added, Tesla cars have become targets for vandalism across several countries in response to the the right-wing activism of company owner Elon Musk. The tech billionaire, who also owns X, has joined U.S. President Donald Trump's administration and has come out in support of far-right parties in Europe. Heavy rainfall on Greek island of Paros on Monday flooded the streets as torrents swept debris through the island's capital, Noaza video showed. The location by buildings, facades, businesses, logos, and road layout, trees, and a bridge which matched file and satellite imagery of the area. The dates when the video was filmed was verified by original file metadata. Paros lies within Greece's Cyclades group of islands. Local media reported that authorities warned the island's occupants to avoid traveling on the flooded roads. A Peruvian soccer game took an unexpected turn on Saturday when a referee defended himself by kicking an individual who rushed to attack him during a Peru Cup match in the Ancash region. The clash occurred in the coastal city of Casma in Ancash during a game between Sports Aquila and Magdalena Sadek in the Casma Districts League. According to media reports, referee Luis Algreen found himself under the threat after expelling a Magdalena player when a man ran towards him and with a plastic bottle in hand aiming to attack him. The security staff intervened to avoid further clashes. The game was suspended after the incident. Protesters gathered in Barcelona on Monday to reject the decision taken by Cataluna's top court to overturn the conviction of former Brazilian soccer player Dani Alves for sexual assault and harassment. The top court in Spain's Catalonia region on Friday overturned Alves' rape conviction, saying the case against him had inconsistencies and contradictions. Women protesting on Monday lamented the decision and demanded the sentence be reinstated. The 41-year-old ex-right back was convicted last year of raping a woman in the restroom of a Barcelona nightclub in 2022 and sentenced to 1 over 2 years in prison. The case has gripped Spain, where women's rights have become a highly sensitive national topic, especially in the roots or in the sports world after the scandal over former soccer chief de Luis Lubera's unwanted kissing of national team player Jenny Hermoso in 2023. In its unanimous appeal ruling, the four-judge Catalan High Court said the accuser's testimony lacked reliability over facts that could be objectively verified through video, explicitly indicating what she recounted does not correspond to reality. The court said that the alleged victim's argument that she went with Alves into the region for fear that his friends might follow them did not appear reasonable, concluding that she instead voluntarily went to the newborn or to the bathroom area for the purpose of being with the defenders in more intimate cues. Chelsea recorded a pre-tax profit before taxation of $165.83 million for the year ending in June, despite a fall in revenue thanks to the repositioning of their women's team, the Premier League football team. The profit, which also helped by the disposal of player registrations, comes after a loss of £90.1 million in the previous year to June, which was the first under the ownership of the consortium led by Todd Burley. The women's team passed from Chelsea FC Holdings Limited to Blueco, Burley's consortium, last June, removing any losses associated with Chelsea women from the club's account, and Chelsea Holdings benefited from the sum that Blueco paid. The profit on disposal of subsidiaries was £198.7 million, while the profit on disposal of player registrations came to £152.5 million. Chelsea's overall revenue fell from £512.5 million in 2023 to £468.5 million, which the club said was due to the men's team for competing in the Champions League. The club's broadcasting receipts increased thanks to their sixth place finish in the Premier League, along with the indecent cup runs, and there was also a fall in operational costs and growth in commercial and matchday revenue. Rory McIlroy has joined Tiger Woods in surpassing $100 million in career earnings on this PGA Tour, becoming the second player to do so. The Northern Irishman reached the landmark during the Houston Open over the past weekend, where a four-way tie for fifth netted him more than 200,000. McIlroy, 35, has sequenced or secured 28 victories out of 262 PGA Tour events since his debut in 2010, while Woods, now 49, crossed the $100 million threshold in 2012 and has since accumulated $210 million in prize and money with 82 wins in 378 events. And as the news is our many thanks for watching. Join me in a few minutes for the morning show. To stay with us. Welcome to the very first day in the month of April 2025. Hope you're good. Happy April Fool's Day, so just be careful. We're still in the period of the Fool's Day. Don't allow anyone to fool you, all right? Don't allow anyone to raise some alarm that's quite suspicious. Tons of alarms are going up, right, in family WhatsApps and friends WhatsApp groups across board. I don't know where yours is, but trust me, I'm sure that one person will be pranked out of box today. But again, remember that if you must prank anyone, ensure that it's safe, because I have seen pranks, that went haywire. Sometimes you regret some of these pranks that you do. Anyways, welcome everybody. The celebration is coincided with April Fool's Day. Apparently, you know how it is with Nigerians. It was a low-key celebration across board. If you are a Muslim, if you are a Christian, who is always looking forward to celebrations like this, you get stunned at the amount of persons who are even celebrating it. It's not because they want to make it low-key, but because they are keen low under the hardship exacerbated by this harsh economy. Anyways, we'll talk about that a little later. Welcome everybody. This is the morning show on Signature TV. We kickstart things on the dailies. Let's start off from there. We begin on the Punch newspaper this morning, and just below the mast, Eid al-Fitr, low-key celebrations as Nigerians lament hardship, traders lament low patronage, citizens cut costs, PDP blames APC for economic woes. Above the mast, Lagos Kano leads as 117 million Nigerians get NIN. Lagos Kano lead as 117 million Nigerians get NIN. Lynched travelers, governors demand public parade, 14 suspects move to Abuja. Natasha's recall, INEC may conduct referendum in 90 days. Late Adebanjo made Obi's 2023 Lagos victory possible, says Abure. 32-year-old Nigerian declared missing by Canadian police. 32-year-old Nigerian declared missing by Canadian police. Communal clashes. Adeleke threatens to depose 3 monarchs. All the details you can find on the Punch. Naira for crude. Federal government Dangote set for talks as refinery imports 12.6 million barrels. And now to the Nigerian Tribune, just above the masts to the left. How Rivers crisis may shape 2027 politics. With the writer, Northern interests plotting to use Rivers as launchpad for 2027 presidency. Governor stands oblivious of secret agenda. Kogi bars convoy, public gatherings, rallies as Natasha visits constituency today. The drama is really, really interesting. Uromi killings. Okpebolo's visits Kano. Governor promises justice for victims. Okpebolo visits Kano governor, promises justice for victims. With the rider arrested 14 suspects to be moved to Abuja, he says Kano governor demands suspects publicly paraded. Fair compensation to families. Deputy Senate President demands justice. And elsewhere, Tinubu extends NANDAP's tenure as immigration CG by 1 year. NSIA cumulative retained earnings hit 3.74 trillion naira. Makinde Ladoja tore Ibadan Circular Road. All the details on the Nigerian Tribune. Now to the Daily Trust. Immigration CG gets tenure extension. Police rescue 21 kidnapped victims. Couple, 4 others die in Abuja Lokoja Road crash. Uromi killings. Edo governor visits victims' families. Hunters insist on justice. AFCON 2025, inside Golden Eaglet's declining fortunes. Mob beats suspected burglar to death. PRP in spotlight as defectors rekindle debate on relevance. All of the details on the Daily Trust. And now to the Nation. Fear of renewed hostilities grips Ifon, Ilobo communities. Use $4 trillion assets to attract foreign direct investment. NESG urges federal government. Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso slams 0.5% import levy on Nigeria and others. Sovereign Investment Authority declares 3.7 trillion profits. Urobi 14, more outrage over killings. And now to the Guardian newspaper. On the Guardian, forget 2027. Nigerians will reject you. PDP group tells Tinubu. Petrol stations hike. Petrol stations hike price amidst Dangote NNPCL's dispute. Rivers will emerge stronger from political crisis, says Fubara. Fresh setback for AFCFTA. ECOWAS protocol over tariff by Sahel states. I have helped 5,000 Nigerians, claims doctor in immigration scam. Shareholders seek urgent actions to halt voluntary delisting from NGX. Edo killing, Kano governor, NBA insist on compensation amidst fears of reprisal. Family suspects foul play. Laments son's death in Lagos road accident. Momodu Omokri disagree over propriety of emergency in Rivers. Imperatives of reforms in import-dependent fishing sector. Sustain peace or face dethronement. Adeleke warns monarchs in warning communities. All the details you can find on The Guardian. And that's it. We're headed straight to our expert reviewer this morning, Chris Manica. Good to have you, Chris. Good morning.
Good morning, Charles. How was your night?
It was good.
Did you sleep alone?
Well, I didn't sleep alone.
It would have been, it would have surprised me if you had slept alone. I didn't see you as somebody who sleeps alone. Charles, thank God for your sincerity. Welcome to Newspaper Review on Signature Television. My name is Chris Maduka, like you said. Welcome the world.
Indeed. It was a low-key celebrations across board. I mean, it started on Sunday.
Let's leave low-key celebration. It's overrated. What do you expect? Charles, what do you expect?
I mean,
how else would they have said? It's like when the house is falling, you expect the roof to stand. In a hardship and hunger situation in Nigeria, every celebration will low-key, except, of course, the 73rd birthday of the president, which will be high-key, because president is high-key, and every other person is low, and beside the NAS and all the people in government. That's the truth. Prove me otherwise. Who else is not in low-key? Somebody told me, politics in Nigeria is the greatest way to launch yourself to high-key. So we that have not, and then that's why I find in Nigeria they do everything. If people would sell all they have to Japa, Nigerians would do all and sell everything, kill people, because that's the only magic carpet to that higher height. Nigerian struggle, that every Nigerian envy. Is that the way you become a politician in Nigeria, you have immunity? Yeah, what? Became law. You appropriate things for yourself, and every other person who had voted you remain there. And then you set them on a wild goose chase with issues. And we're talking. Yeah, there. This in Nigeria, you vote people in power. They won't call their constituents to tell them anything. They won't even visit them. Only when election reaches, they will come and tell them, you are Igbo, you are Hausa, you are Fulani, you are Yoruba, you are a Christian, you are a traditional worshiper, you are Islam, you are Muslim. To set people against themselves. So what are we expecting? I didn't expect anything less. It will be an irony. People are going to the market to buy food at high expense. Is it during Ramadan, at the close of Ramadan fasting, that they will drop? In as much as there has been some shift, because there may be very low consumption came at some kind of low ebb. Well, I won't say anything, because now that every mouth is open again, we're still where we were, you know, remember that? The former vice president of Nigeria, I don't know why some of them were always running into such heat. You remember the IGP then? You know, I remember and people will make a joke out of it in the viral video where the honorable man, the vice president then, you remember him, the senior advocate of Nigeria, a distinguished gentleman, he ran into a hitch while talking. You know, at old age, your brain can disappoint you at times. So, fresh setback for FCTF in the ECOWAS protocol over tariff by Sahel states. If anything happens in this part of the world and it moves smoothly, you worry. Now that even ECOWAS is divided, so how do you set a tariff when they don't have? Now have FCFCTA and now have ECOWAS. So they first settled the political rift. What made them to break? You settle it before you talk about getting a common tariff. Tariff is not set like we talk about the world with the developed nation and the underdeveloped nation. And we are talking about, so some people are leading it. Now in this they have disagreement. They have disagreement of still being part of ECOWAS state. And it's there. And their griefs are made known. And you're expecting within a very short time you have a smooth protocol over tariff and it's settled. Wow. You have to start from beginning. The Igbo proverb said that if any see Kaijan and more, Well, we're expecting magic. I don't think those scatterheads we see leading the AFCFTA group easy going. You cow them into the cheap, smooth protocol of a tariff that will be common for ECOWAS and their own region, which is new. They're still consolidating. ECOWAS has been there for too long. They didn't get a common tariff. Okay, let them remove those ones. Form the tariff to the ones who still belong to ECOWAS. Let's see it work. So that those ones across will now say, okay, it's like it's working. Let us join. Use something to get something, and something tangible. What people can see. That's it.
Interesting. Rivers crisis may shape 2027 politics. How so? And
of course, everything that is happening in Rivers under deep dive and reflection. You find that it has nothing. It's not working. It's not in isolation. It has to do with 2027. Who controls the River State, and who can stand and say, "I am delivering River State for a price," and those prices were in the past seen. And those who are delivered and got the price want to maintain delivering of River State and still get the price. At this time, the price might be a higher height.
But how important is Rivers? I mean, aside the fact that it's oil-rich state, why is it important?
It's only state. It's only state. You get one person from there who is in high authority. It will move all the money for you to do campaign to deliver. Amechi did it. I'm sure Wike did it. They're important. And for all political parties, they know where they're bread. That's a state that can. I mean, even if it's only 13%, they take it out and use it to do political fight. It's still important.
Is the state resources richer than the federal government resources?
No.
So why?
But there is like a state that is extremely rich that can still sell ENUGU without this, when it says sell ENUGU, the origin of sell ENUGU. When money food is cup, you just take the top. There's no money still here. You can use, and what is on top is enough to solve problem without shaking anything. That is why River State is important.
No, but Lagos, the president lost Lagos last election. Shouldn't he be thinking about Lagos, his home state?
No, like this, if you said the low-hanging fruits, why do you see low-hanging fruits and you are using stone to stone the mango that is ripe at the top?
Is Lagos
when the one is close, that is from their own reckonings. You are asking me. I have only exhausted my idea of what the question you asked, and we are saying about what is happening in River State is having a bearing on 2027, and that's the much I can think about it. And if you look at it, it's still so. If you have more states like River State, that you can quickly do what you did there, and you will be counted. So now that you counted River State as one, you look towards Lagos State and towards Kano, and then once there are a few of them in Nigeria that once you are comfortable with them, you now start scrambling for the other one.
And what he's doing will give him those numbers. You think so? I
don't know whether it will give him, but remember that we are dealing with a renowned and exquisite, unless he's how do you describe it? Very, our president has been, he plays Nigerian politics. He knows the onions. He knows the game, and he plays it the way it comes. So it's not like you can predict him. So nothing is predictable because he is still interested if given the chance, and if everything works out, he still want to be the president of Nigeria come 2027. So he's not leaving anything to be here. He's not like he's giving in under pressure. He's still the Jagaban. And the advantage is that he's still the sitting president who sees views clearer from the top. That's it. So he's, like you're asking me a question, you would have seen River State as the first lowest hanging fruit, and you cap it and put it and then go for others.
All right. Fingers crossed. Webolo is visiting Kano.
Yes, and that is what we would like to hear. Yesterday I was almost crying here And now that these are the positive moves we expect. You remember I told you a story of the man who actually fought his neighbor because he used his macho nature and he gave the guy a bad blow, and he blew up one of the guy's eyes, and he went to sit down to drink beer with his friend. He was telling the guy, I gave him one blow. And you're telling me, oh, bofu. I gave that guy one blow. Before he could open his beer and say, oh, bofu, the policeman came. So his friend who was sitting to drink beer said, well, gentlemen, you gave him one blow. Follow the police to go and answer one case. It is your with the police. So if the people of Urobi, their governor, and all the people there on a restless run of the locust, we said they should go and do Ife Ofubofu. May God forbid that in this country, that dog will eat shit and the mouth will start spoiling the goat. That's the irony. It's error of all enough ramifications, and all things pure and holy know is an error. If you do anything, you bear the consequences. Now we are saying some people have done something, and then the governors, everybody is moving around, the delegate visiting Edo State, and now it's time for the governor to visit Kano, even have to visit the victim's family, and everybody is still calling for the justice. There's a call for the suspects to be paraded publicly in Abuja. You know, so you see why we are condemning this kind of issues. It's not setting the police and all the security agencies who are going to handle this on a very high level of security issues to handle. You bring parades, take them to Abuja, parade them openly. Where? How are you going to do that? How are you going to mobilize? You require mobilizing security of the highest order to make sure, and this fear of reprisal is still there.
Yeah. Very much there.
So the Ramadan, I mean the celebration of the Salah ends today. Yeah. Like some of the people, viral video going around threats. Now what we say, there are other videos going around also saying, even in that video, that guy said, I can provide the police pictures that part of the people who engage in that dastardly act are from the north. And some of them are Muslims. I was shocked, and it gave me goose pimples. So that's why he said this is complex. And this high level of security issue that even has some bearing on the peace in the nation. So we have to be very careful in talking and reviewing and talking about it and the way. So we trust. It's a big challenge. It's not a tea party for the Edo State governor and all the officials of Edo State government. Because once in a while things like this will happen. But we are crying and said, is there a way to stop the psychology of Nigerians from taking laws into their hands as mob? Since the history of the world, mob has always resulted in negative actions. Because the people who are innocent has always find themselves entangled in the maneuvers of mob actions and all that. And that's why we are calling for restraint. Because there is power, there is strength in restraint. Because that's why in a peaceful nation where you have, it can never be all that thorough peace, but when you put it on the scale and the peace of the nation is drawing the weight down and people are happier, I think certain things are called of their taste and dispositions. That include not to rush to conclusion to take laws into their hands to kill their fellow human beings in the name of anything. So we are now ruling out hardship and hunger are things that kindles this kind of cheap and easy way of taking actions into our hands, which everybody is condemning. Natasha recall, referendum might come in 90 days. Well, I just hope that these are the time you find some active portion of Nigerian agencies working. This is the first time I'm hearing and following process. I wish Already they've concluded everything, delivered the petition, delivered the recall process. Now they are waiting for 90 days to perfect it. Thank God they still remember that the Constitution said 90 days after to conduct referendum. That means recall will start, that the referendum will be passed. And you can imagine, since they had the issue of calling for the signatures for the recall, and they could do that under just a few days, referendum can be done under 1 hour and then it's concluded. We were just waiting for the 90 days. And in this kind of situation, with the Nigerians and interest abound, don't be surprised that the 90 days can be hastened to run concurrently. 90 days can run concurrently, and before you know it, it's 90 days. And then the referendum done under 1 hour and Natasha recall. And I believe that all our Nigerian problems will be solved once we recalled Senator Natasha Apoti of Kogi Central. Every of our problem will be solved. So we are watching. The world is also watching. And the providence, the God of all creation, is also watching. Whatever you do, whatever you sow, you will reap. If you don't reap now, you reap hereafter. How you reap it, I don't know. I am only reading the books and believing in death. That's what we're talking about. Right. The CG immigration of NIS gets tenure extension. This comment is sounding familiar. Tenure extension. To
December next year.
Now we say, one of the things in a very populous Nigeria is like everybody looks at, if being in government, if you are working hard in NIS, you are counting your career path of growth, and it's like it is nearing your turn to be there, and something is delaying it. It doesn't make you motivated. It doesn't make you happy. Because if things are moving fine, it moves. And it's not a smooth path. When it's your turn, you step aside, somebody step in. Because Nigeria is blessed with high level of skilled human resources in all ramifications, in all affairs. So when you begin to block the ways of some people, because you have the interest of the president, you have the eye of the president shining, the face of the president shining brightly upon your destiny. It's still, because remember, one man's meat is another man's poison. That's why we should be following our constitution and the democratic process in all things we do, so that everybody will know. If you're in civil service, when it's your turn to reach the peak, the apogee and the zenith of power, you are there. And when it's your turn to go, you go. And then not looking back. There's all this extension, and is the president of Nigeria's decision. Who am I to query it? Well, we are just reviewing this decision. We're not reviewing it both ways. For the president, he must have seen something in what's the name of the NANDAPS, the CG of NIS. So, but we said, if you ask me, there are other people who are in NIS who is their turn to step in there. Because if you have tested that position and it's good, and your turn is over, step aside, let another person take. Instead of coming at the back, extension, all this kind of thing brings, because within that place, there will also be water will be spoiled. Everybody, some people who is their position to step in, who have been counting time, will not be happy, no matter how you want to look at it, no matter how they pretend. I know Nigerians. And what we tell you, and that might be the name sounds from Plateau State. No, you don't know who is the next person, whether the name is Okonkwo or Adeleke or anybody, or it can be Mohammed. So how will their group think Nigeria in a complex tribal issue? Will they think it's not because it has gotten to the turn of our tribe, then somebody is being, So we should always be watchful of those things, not to create tension in the society. That's my view. I can't be faulted. Lagos and Kano lead in, you're asking another question, they lead in 117 million Nigerians who get NIN. Yeah. I'm only putting one clause. That's a good luck. Kudos to Kano and Kaduna, they control the population. But I hope these 117 million Nigerians are Nigerians.
I hope they can even vote.
No, once they've done that, they trust the politicians. When they push for them, you know why the winning vote comes from Kano? 44 local government, where you even find has been rumored that underage votes. That's for INEC and all these people to get. We can't pretend we didn't hear. Now, what we are saying is that they still control the population. My only hope is let it be that these people who have these NIMs are purely Nigerians. Nigerians by blood. Nigerians by birth. Nigerians the way they should be as citizens of Nigeria. Because anything you can buy citizenship, and to buy it in Nigeria with hardship and hunger, and the distrust, corruption at the high levels of our governance system and structure, we are using fake dollar to do Christmas for our mother-in-laws. And so we're taking back what we are giving. We as goats lying on the ground, we are lying on our skin. We are fantastically corrupt as a nation. So all our actions, it's not even only people at the top, because you find that at every level, people find themselves in leadership position, no matter how small. They show their corrupt tendencies. I don't know whether it's in our gene. But then we pointed at the speck, at the log of wood in their neighbor's eyes, where they have the speck in their eyes they've not removed. Nigerians are corrupt. Try them. We are saying that until we come consciously together, more people who hate corruption begin to emerge, then they will begin to drop. Might not be totally eliminated, but it will be easier then to seek out the corrupt ones and eliminate them.
All right. I mean, we have to leave it there because of time.
Oh, our time is up already. Oh, that's wonderful. But petrol stations hike price because of what will happen.
Yeah, I also saw that there's even talks going on. The federal government has called for talks with Dangote refinery. I think it's all about the purchase of crude in Nigeria, because Dangote is also looking out of the country to purchase crude.
Well, you know my concern, they should talk. But the way the talks are going is slow. And why that is going, Nigerians are buying at a high price. If there's a way you say, as we are talking, let everything stop. But we are still buying, and everybody going into somebody's pocket. Absolutely. And you are saying talk. Must they continue to talk forever and we continue to suffer? Who pays for all the talks? That means Nigerians are paying with their blood and sweat for all the slow talks. Is it fair? If it's fair, is it you know, the four-way test, has it quality? Well, God bless Nigeria. We continue to talk while we buy fuel at above 1,000 naira in Nigeria. May God help us.
Indeed. Many thanks for joining us, Chris Maduka, for insights on the analysis on newspaper headlines and reviews. Truly appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles.
All right, we're back shortly after this. Just stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
1st of April 2025, we explore a little further on what happened some few days back in Edo State. At Uromi, it was a beehive of activities, not the kind of activity that you see that everyone is excited about, but the one that you see that everyone be worried about. It will go on to become a matter of threats to a certain ethnic group in the north. Governors are running helter-skelter. As about now, the last check, the governor of Edo State is in Kano State, meeting up with the families of the deceased, those who were mobbed in Uromi a few days back. We'll explore specifically the human rights angle of that, and in fact also the security perspectives in that regard. We have with us live in the studio Larry Ogwego, who is a human rights advocate. Good to have you. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure and my privilege. It's good to be here again.
So the story has been that these persons were mobbed because they were seen with guns with them, and instead of reporting to the higher authority, they went on to, kill them. And it's quite shocking. I mean, it's not new in the Nigerian system, but it's new for Edo State. But I'm just wondering, how did you receive that news, and what are the possible human rights violations to some of these issues?
First of all, I must be sincere. I was shocked, I was sad, but I wasn't really particularly surprised that such a thing should happen anywhere in Nigeria, not only in Edo State. This is also a good opportunity to commiserate with the families of the deceased. It's a sign of how cheap life has become in Nigeria. These were Nigerians traveling from Port Harcourt to Kano just to celebrate the holiday. And they were not thinking, no matter how they stretched their imagination, that they were not going to survive that journey. And it's not as if they had an accident. It was just that Nigeria, literally speaking, happened to them. And it's a symptom of what has become normal in Nigeria. Life is very cheap in Nigeria. Very, very cheap. Not just cheap, very cheap. This is one of the few countries in the world where we have institutionalized mob action and mob justice. I'll get to that. But when you talk about the human rights angles, there are two clear provisions of the Nigerian Constitution that the mob breached.
Okay.
The first one is the right to life. Nobody or group of persons actually should take life of another person in Nigeria without a court of competent jurisdiction giving permission that their life should be taken. There are circumstances under which a person can be killed, and that is if a court says this person should die for committing an offense with capital punishment. But we live in a country where people gather, and in the heat of the moment, they take a decision to try a suspect and execute the person instantly. The Edo incident is not the first. The first picture that came to my mind when I heard the story was the Alu 4. I literally wept when I saw the video of the Alu 4. Young people who were sent to the university to study, they just ended up as ashes on the streets for doing nothing wrong. But the truth is that even if they did something wrong, in a nation where things work properly, they should have been presented to the law for the law to decide what happens to them. The second aspect of human rights that actually led to the first being violated, that is the first I mentioned, being the right to life. The second is the right to fair hearing, which we don't take seriously as a people, really. From the family all the way to institutions, to workplaces, and even to our policing institutions. The right to fair hearing means that you should allow every party to state their case. If they actually gave these men the opportunity to explain clearly and fully where they were traveling to, why they were in possession of the weapons. Look at my dogs, I'm a hunter, I've not kidnapped anybody before. If you doubt me, take me to the police station. If they gave them time to explain, this wouldn't have happened. And that is why when I hear stories like this, and we get into our usual frenzy of reactions, people talking about this dastardly act will not go unpunished, the usual things we hear, security agents running up and down, doing the usual show for proper optics. So you see governor marching down the road with security agents flanking him. You see police making statements. The case will be transferred to Abuja. You see CDS weighing in on a matter that is exclusively a police case. Everybody wants to shine with the disaster. But let me tell you something, and I say it with all sense of responsibility. In the next few weeks, nobody will remember this again.
Absolutely.
And I will say something that a lot of people will not like, but I will still say it because I have a duty to say it, to remind us that we are not dealing with the problem, we are dealing with the symptoms. This will happen again. Not to indigents of Kano necessarily, not to any particular person, but as long as we encourage people to disregard the law in Nigeria, as long as our leaders do not have respect for the rule of law, as long as we do not mainstream human rights as a national conversation and practice, this will happen repeatedly. Repeatedly. Amnesty International documented that in a little above 10 years, Nigeria lost 555 persons or thereabout to mob action. Right. And you begin to ask yourself, what kind of nation is it that people will just wake up on a good day because of an allegation or even a suspicion, not an allegation? A person gets killed instantly. Very often, mob action happens in the presence of people who are supposedly responsible. I've witnessed some mob action as a child. I had the misfortune of being at Onitsha when they did what they called Boys Oye. I was in secondary school. I saw men killed for nothing. I saw men protesting their innocence vehemently and they were cut down in their prime. I saw a particular man. It was after that I decided I wasn't going to watch again. The man was not only protesting, he was saying clearly that this person who is accusing me had issues with me. He was loud and making a case. The same person he was saying that had issues with him hit him with a rod on his head. He passed out and they killed him and they burnt him. After that, I was in secondary school. I just went back, cried, and decided I wouldn't step out of the school anymore. I won't even go to the fence. I won't watch again. I had this feeling in my spirit that that man didn't do anything. That this other person, who was one of the leaders of the mob, saw an enemy or a perceived enemy and used that opportunity to deal with him summarily. And that's one thing that is very bad about this mob action. But we have a disposition to tolerate human rights abuse, to tolerate the things that lead to mob action. The police and other security agencies do not work. They actually also engage in extrajudicial killing, which is a form of mob action. As a matter of fact, I will just have to say this the way it is. Our policemen on several occasions treat us like a mob. That when you see police descend on a Nigerian and beat the person, it is just very often the grace of God that saves our lives in the hands of the people who are supposed to actually protect us. So we have a culture of mobbing people at every level. I don't want to digress and talk about the political mobbing that is going on Natasha Akpoti present. We have different kinds of mob action, but that is a distraction. Just descend on one person and beat the person to death. We're discussing physical mob action now, but there's political mob action. There are different kinds of mob action. And we have actually assented to mob action as a nation. But when it happens in this shocking manner, We are running up and down to pretend that we're interested in solving the problem. It's pretense because our political leaders are not interested. Why do I say so? For us to stop things like mob action from continuing in Nigeria, we must do at least two things. One is that we must promote and respect the rule of law as a people, from citizen to president. We must not tolerate any action that flies in the face of the law and then we pretend that it really doesn't matter, that if you have the power to do it, you can do it. We must respect the laws of this nation. The second thing we must do is that we should mainstream human rights, not only conversation, but respect for human rights. We cannot run policing institutions that flog people and beat them on the streets and do all sorts of illegal things, and then we expect that the citizens will behave properly. We cannot have politicians who hire thugs and pay them money to disrupt elections and sometimes beat people, sometimes also to death. And these are the people who are supposed to be our role models, they are the leaders of the nation. We can't have such leaders. And then we are running around pretending that what happened in Edo is a surprise to any of us. We don't like those things. Personally, I know that every life is sacred and we shouldn't waste life. But I'm not impressed with all these optics, all this running around and pretending that we want to solve the problem. If we want to solve the problem, we should know what to do. I salute Opevolo for going to Kano. I salute the Kano State governor for receiving him. The reason I'm interested in those actions is because those actions are supposed to douse reprisals. Because we live in a nation where we are so polarized that if this is not properly managed, it will lead to other challenges. But if we want to stop this kind of thing from happening, we should go to the roots. It's not an ethnic matter, really. Some people have started painting it with some ethnic coloration. It's not, because the last time I checked, most victims of mob action in the middle belt, in the Midwest, in the Southeast, anywhere in Nigeria, in the Southwest, are actually people who live in that environment, who are from that place. In fact, the highest number of victims of mob action in the Southeast are Igbos, who live in the Southeast. Many of them are victims of people who actually know them. Some of these people who kill them know their face, they know that this is one of us, but because you stole this thing, we are going to kill you. We don't want a thief in our midst. And you know, my pain is that most of the people who dispense mob action are also thieves. If you want to look at the technical meaning of stealing, when you take something that doesn't belong to you without the permission of the owner and you convert it to personal use. Most of the people who perpetrate mob justice actually are thieves. But because they don't understand that they don't have the right, nor the power, nor the moral justification to do what they do it. And because there are also no consequences, they do these things and get away with it. So if we want to really solve our problems, I think we should do better. Running up and down and making the right noise won't cut it. These things will bound to continue, they are bound to continue happening until we sit down and decide to run a nation the way nations are run, by first of all respecting the Constitution, which is actually a document that prescribes how the nation should be run. We're not respecting it presently, and that's why we have all these problems.
Some of the stories, some of the accounts that has been online is that how that happened, just like you mentioned, that there would have been some explanation as to why they are having guns. That if those explanations were done right, we're not sure we would have gotten to that point of them killing them and upon the fact of even burning them. One of the accounts that I read was that in the process of asking them questions, one of them brought out dagger and they wanted to fight, and it entered into some chaos, and then it got into a breakdown of law and order. But I'm just thinking to myself, in the head and in the mind of those who perpetrated that evil, just before I even come to that, there was also another account of the fact that the community where this happened also had issues with farmers' herders clash. Farmers have been screaming and crying about the fact that they have been raped, they have been chased, they have been killed from their farms, reminiscent for what we are seeing in Hamufu in ENUGU State. And there's the government of the day, in Edo State at least, didn't do anything about it, has not done anything about it. And so this one, I don't know to what extent that they mistook these people who were passing through Port Harcourt or passing through Edo State from Rivers through to Kano, that they now mistook them to become those Hausa men or Fulani men who have been chasing them in the farms. So, you know, again, it boils down to miscommunication. But then again, I want to also move to the inactivity of either the security agencies or the government in things like this. I mean, I believe that if there was something like an arrest that had been made regarding these things, I mean, we would have had some issues where at least the people would have listened to these people and say, look, they are not kidnappers, they're not armed robbers, they're just hunters who are going to celebrate Salah in Kano.
You raised two clear issues. The first issue is the fact that government appears to be indifferent to the farmer-herder clashes and sometimes damage of crops by livestock and all of that. Because when we say farmer-herder clashes, we should also acknowledge that sometimes crops just walk into farms and practically eat up somebody's investments. And that is not good enough. And I've noticed a pattern that politicians in the southern part of Nigeria appear to be afraid to tackle issues related to this infringement, and that is wrong. But having said that, you raised the second issue about the fact that the inability of the government to protect the people apparently made them feel that, oh, we'll protect ourselves. So if we suspect a person is one of those that makes it impossible for us to engage in our legitimate farming enterprise, then we should take care of the person ourselves, since the government is incapable of doing so. Then you raise the third issue, I must add, the fact that one of them allegedly brought out a dagger, which apparently maybe incensed or angered the mob. But the truth is that all of these things speak to a failed state. In a normal nation, it is the duty of the government to enforce the law. And nobody should be above the law. Nobody should be seen as a privileged citizen. Your cow cannot eat my corn or my cassava. It shouldn't happen anywhere. And on the other hand, I should not in any way do things that will threaten the welfare of your cow or your cattle. But in Nigeria, some people from certain ethnic groups are seen as sacred. They are seen as untouchables. So they can feed their livestock with your hard work in your farm. And our political leaders in the southeast and elsewhere look away to preserve their political career. Plain truth. And people are incensed because of this. But let me also point out something that we don't think about. There's something you call rationalization, justification. When things go bad, you look for reasons to justify your actions. There is no reason nor basis for mob action. If 50 men surround 20 men and 15 of them bring out daggers, if you can overpower them to the extent that you were able to burn them, it means you could have also submitted them to the law. There is absolutely no justification. You see, one of the things I try to explain to my staff and any other person who is under my influence is that when you make a mistake, don't rationalize. Don't look for excuses. Accept you made a mistake. That's the beginning of the journey to correction. Once you begin to rationalize, you manufacture reasons to justify your stupidity, and then you become more stupid. So I don't want to engage in any justification whatsoever, no matter how you stretch your imagination. If an armed robber is arrested actually robbing a bus or a home, the law prescribes that you arrest the robber if you can and take him to the police. What are the justifications for not taking him to the police? Oh, if we take him to the police, they will take bribe and release him, and they'll come and rob us again.
No, but what is the place? What is the place of self-defense? If you say if someone robs a home,
I was going to get to that. Okay. I was going to get to that because I've had this conversation with the former PPRO of ENUGU State some time ago. I remember on the different Cosmo FM, and he said, "Oh, so when we say an armed robber robbing, so if I said no, the law provides for all kinds of situations. That's the beauty of the law. If an armed robber is in the course of actually robbing someone, and a police officer appears on the scene, and the robber drops his gun on the ground and surrenders, if you shoot him at that point, it's murder. But he was just going to kill someone. He had even probably killed another person, and the corpse is there. By law, you murdered him, it's a extrajudicial killing. Because at the time he raised his hand, he's not a threat to you. That's the law. Emotionally, we don't agree. We are like, but he has already killed somebody, we should kill him too. Hey, if we actually run Nigeria like that, nobody will be alive. And that's where we are going already. It's a case of an eye for an eye and everybody becomes blind. At some point, somebody has to stop and say, what does the law say? But let us look at another scenario. This armed robber is operating, and the police appear on the scene, and they shoot into the air. They give indications that the law is here, and the armed robber is going ahead to endanger people's lives. The policeman has the backing of the law to shoot to kill, not to maim. Because it's not an active combat. You know I'm here. I'm trying to stop in the name of the law. But you are trying to take lives illegally. I can shoot to kill. Read my list, not shoot to maim. If you are a sharpshooter and you can shoot to maim, fine. But you have seen it globally. This one is not a matter of global best practices. Global best practice is that if a person is stubborn, like a kidnapper, and he puts a gun to the head of a victim, they aim for the brain so that the death will be instant, so you can't pull the trigger. That is also the law. And that is why we need to employ intelligence security agents who are not moved by emotions, who can use discretions properly, not people who, when they shoot the leg, they shoot the brain. And people who, when they shouldn't shoot at all, they shoot. So the law has made provisions for every circumstance. But let me say this and emphasize it. Because the average Nigerian does not even understand that we have laws that should be respected. And we don't have knowledge of the law. You see, understanding is when you have knowledge and you don't understand. Most Nigerians don't have knowledge of the law. And because we don't have knowledge of the law, we create our own laws. So communities create their own laws. It is only in Nigeria that a group of persons will just go to a tailor, design a uniform, sew the uniform, go and stand on the federal highway. That they create that without any permission, without any training, without anybody knowing who they are. As long as you have money to buy something that looks like khaki, you sew uniform, you give yourself the rank you want to give yourself. Then you go and stand by the road and block the road. That is how we got here. And we call them vigilantes. The last time I checked, a vigilante group is supposed to stay within the confines of the community and provide security for the community, within the community. So when a bad guy comes into the community, they whisper to themselves, who is this person? Where does he live? Landlord, do you know him? What does he do for a living? And if they don't like the person's body language and the person's movement, they inform the police. And if the person maybe gets violent or commits crime, they arrest the person and hand over the police. If you go and look at the neighborhood watch law of ENUGU State and the Anambra State Vigilante Law and most of these laws, they actually do not have powers beyond the powers we have as individuals. For instance, a vigilante operative, a neighborhood watch operative, does not have the power to go into a person's house for a search, like the police. But he has the power to pursue a fleeing criminal into a compound, because the aim is to catch the criminal. He does not have the power to detain or maintain a detention facility. He can only arrest and move to a police station. Incidentally, we have what we call citizen arrest. If you can overpower a criminal, you or me, we can also arrest the person and take to the police. But because Nigerians are not knowledgeable about the law and about human rights, we create our own laws. We say we are protecting ourselves, and because of protecting ourselves, we remove the protection of other persons.
Okay, I was actually thinking that if a criminal attacks you in your home, it's assumed he's coming to kill.
Not necessarily. I will explain that too. I think it's good that we explain this. And that is why, let me say, that's why institutions like this should give people like us time to explain these things. Because we don't just use news. You know, when it's news, we talk about it. I think we need to teach people some of these lessons intentionally, so they will learn. You see, if a person comes to your house, for instance, as a thief, and you kill the person, you can be charged for manslaughter or murder depending on the circumstances. I will tell you why. I said as a thief. There's a difference between a thief and an armed robber. Yes.
Really?
Yes, I can scale your fence and come into your compound to pick scrap or to steal your clothing on the line. I'm not an armed robber. I'm not armed. If you shoot me, you are the criminal. You use unreasonable force to restrain me. The fact that I trespass into your property doesn't mean you should shoot me. If a young man jumps your fence unarmed, and three of you, three able-bodied young men, come out and beat him to death and say he's a thief, actually he has stolen something already and he's going to jump the fence again, and you catch him and beat him to death. If I'm a police officer, I'll charge you for murder. And I'm not charging for murder out of anger or emotion, because three of you already overpowered him before killing him. So what you should have done would have been to take him to the police, not to kill him. He's a thief. Yes, we know he's a thief. The law has already prescribed how a thief should be treated. And you that decided to treat him yourself became the police, you became the court, you became the executioner, you became the prison. You actually deserve to be punished by the law. All of these things happen because we are ignorant of the law and we don't respect the law. And I say these things with all sense of responsibility. You cannot use a force that is disproportionate and unreasonable. Now, we look at the other scenario. If an armed robber comes into your house shooting like Rambo, like a cowboy, and the only way you can restrain him is to also shoot at him to stop him, that is different. You are using commensurate force. That is the principle here, commensurate force. So if you have a young boy who came into your house, even with a cudgel or a baton or a 2x2 piece of wood, and you have four of you there, and you treat him in a way that will either kill him or maim him, he can actually go to court. And some judges may hold that if four of you were able to subdue him, to maim him, then you did something wrong to him. When you subdue him, you take him to the law. The problem we have is that we do not recognize the place of the law in Nigeria. We don't just understand it. You see, what I'm saying sounds strange. It is. And a lot of people will think I'm crazy or something. But I've also pointed out that these are principle-driven statements I'm making. For instance, I cited the principle of commensurate force. So you cannot use a force that is disproportionate. That is what we complain about when we discuss policing in Nigeria. So you are talking with a Nigerian policeman. The next thing, something explodes on your face, buzzer, slap. The next thing, three persons are beating one young man for nothing. And I ask questions like, why are you beating him? And they say, oh, we wanted to arrest him. He started, no, now if he's resisting arrest and you can beat him this much, it means you can also just hold him and put him in the vehicle. You don't have to beat him. So it's a mindset we have. We behave like animals with all due respect. Even animals behave better sometimes. We need to understand that we are human beings. Let me tell us the truth. Even if there are no laws written down in the Constitution, humanity and morality actually imposes the same standards on us, that we should treat human beings like human beings. Unfortunately, we don't. And sorry, but you know, I like the questions you're asking, because they're the same questions the man on the street will ask, what is this guy talking about? It's because he has not seen armed robbers before. It's because they have not come to his house. But that's not the issue. It's a mindset problem and a worldview problem. When your mind sets in a certain way, it's called mindset. You know, when concrete sets, it's difficult to change. So when a person's mind is set that in every situation in this country called Nigeria, that your own is to shoot yourself or fight your way out of the situation, anyhow you do it, that whoever becomes a victim or whatever collateral damage occurs in the process is just part of life. But let me tell us the truth. It doesn't work that way. You know, a rich man may get away with it because this is Nigeria. A politician may get away with it. But you, as a regular Nigerian, if you do these things, sometimes the law will remember you. A lot of Nigerians have been engaging in mob action. These young people in Edo State also engage in the same mob action. More than 90%, even 98% in my own estimate of people who perpetrate mob action go free. But these other guys, let me tell you the truth. I would even want to use this opportunity to plead, recommend, not just plead, that we shouldn't commit the same offense they committed. Because I'm suspecting that those young people may not get fair hearing too, because there is already media trial. There's already a lot of anger. Some people may want to sacrifice them to pacify those who are upset that they killed people. They deserve fair hearing. Let me tell you why. Some of them may not have been involved. Some of the people arrested may not have been involved in the mob action. So you have to treat them on a case-by-case, person-by-person basis. We have to move our emotions to one side and do proper policing and investigation here. Because we'll be surprised that while trying to pacify those who are angry that their brothers were killed, we may actually commit another crime by just punishing people who didn't do anything. People who may have been passing in the environment and maybe one camera caught them. And it's just, I mean, we have to arrest somebody, so arrest this one too. And if the person is not able to prove his innocence, and he may not have somebody to speak for him, he may just go in for it. So I'm also using this opportunity to encourage the police and any other institution that is interested in this investigation to isolate all of the individuals and do the same thing that I recommended that they should have done in Edo State, fair hearing. Interview them, verify their claims, investigate, use every tool available to you to confirm that this person was actually involved in the mob action before you prefer your charges. Don't say, let them go to court first. When they get to court, let them now convince the court whether they were part of it or not, which is part of, unfortunately, our policing mentality. That is wrong. We should learn to investigate cases. And if a person is not found culpable of any crime, the person is not even a suspect, we should actually apologize to the person, pay compensation, and ask the person to go. Because when you detain a person for 1 month, 2 months, that you're conducting investigations and finally the person is innocent, you can't just tell the person that you are fortunate to go. No, that's Nigeria for you. You don't do that, but that's what we do in Nigeria. So I think we also need to ensure that we don't make the mistake they made in Edo by using media trial and public outcry to convict people who may not have been part of the mob.
Right. I want to bring your attention to something that happened. I think it was recently. Supreme Court actually gave a judgment about a particular case. Sunday Jackson, a certain Sunday Jackson in Adamawa State, a headsman attacked him in his farm. He overpowered that headsman and eventually killed him. What I mean by attack, he attacked him with daggers with intention to kill him. The Supreme Court gave judgment. I mean, it has been going on for a long time, since 2016 or so. Well, the Supreme Court gave a judgment recently, and the Supreme Court sentenced the person who overpowered the attacker to death by hanging, because the Supreme Court held that at that point he overpowered him, he would have, taken him to the police station. But I'm of opinion that this man attacked you with dagger, and when they attack you in the farm, they attack you to kill you. Of course, you know how this thing goes. We've heard these stories over and over again, how they attack people in farms and people abandon their farms and go. Sometimes if you are even lucky, you escape, but if you're not, you are killed. So the Supreme Court is saying that at the point where he was able to overpower him, he would have either run away or reported or taken him to the police station. But it's quite confusing because it was more like a self-defense at that point.
It's not confusing. I like the fact that you said he overpowered him. Now, if he actually overpowered him, apparently disarmed him, he wasn't a threat to him anymore. Moving forward from that point, if you stab him and kill him, you actually killed him. Very emotional topic. Now, why is it emotional? Because there is an underlying anger about herdsman-farmer crisis. So sometimes we actually replace the law with vengeance, the tendency to revenge. He wanted to kill me, so, since I have the opportunity, let me kill him in return. The law doesn't think like that. And human beings shouldn't think like that, really.
Can you explain to us the concept of self-defense?
The concept of self-defense
between two persons fighting.
Yes, the concept of self-defense is that if you are under threat and you have tools with which to defend yourself that is commensurate with the tools and the force the other party is using, You are protected by law. But you see, this is like a very delicate matter. And I hope those who will analyze my statement will not be emotional about it. But if they choose to be, I wish them luck. One day they will grow up. Now let me explain this again. Assuming somebody, I will tell you my own perspective, my understanding, which I know to be right. I don't believe, I know to be right. If somebody attacks me with a knife, with a dagger, and I overpower the person, overpower means he's now at my mercy. Remember I said if an armed robber in the course of attack sights policemen and he surrenders, at the time you overpower the person, though you are the person who overpowered him, he's at your mercy. He's not a threat to you anymore. That's the underlying principle. Even after he has stabbed you? He stabbed you. You still had enough energy to overpower him. At that point, you overpowered him. Wow. The equation has changed. Understand my point. You see, the human,
no, I understand you.
The human aspect of us that doesn't understand the law, we get angry and say, but he wanted to kill me. But how do you know he wanted to kill you? Let me tell you this. I think I need to even explore that. The fact that I stabbed you doesn't mean I wanted to kill you. I can stab you in the heat of anger. Yes, a lot of people actually do things out of sheer provocation and anger. The person didn't mean to kill you. There are some people who are trained traditionally to fight with weapons. I hope you know that. If you go to the northern part of the country, for instance, they do dambe, they do boxing, wrestling. They have traditional weapons. You know, some of us don't situate our arguments in a holistic manner. The last time I checked, you don't see an Igbo man carrying a dagger around. Now, when an Igbo man sights a Fulani man or Hausa man with a dagger, he feels offended. But if you go to the north, even sometimes in the south, they hawk the dagger. It's part of their traditional lifestyle. If you go to India, you have people you call the Sikhs, S-I-K-H. If you are an adult male as a Sikh, you carry a dagger on your waist. As a matter of fact, there was a professor in the US that they had to ban from carrying the dagger. Professor in the United States, he would dress with a suit, tie his turban, and put a dagger on his waist. So sometimes you need to ask yourself, where is this person coming from? If as a young boy, your tradition trains you to fight with wrestling, you fight with wrestling. If you go to a place like Kenya, the Maasais fight with sticks. So if you want to fight with a Maasai and you bring out your dagger, what does it do? He brings out a long stick. That is his weapon. David, we were told, fought with catapult. These young men from the north are taught to fight with dagger. So people sit down in their homes and craft beautiful dagger. Sometimes it's not even just for fighting. It's a sign of who they are. So the fact that I stabbed you doesn't mean necessarily that I want to kill you. I may stab you in the heat of emotion. And you assumed in your head that I want to kill you. That's how, see, listen to this. The law says when they are profiling a charge against a suspect, they say that Okeke Okoli went into Okafor's house with intent to commit felony, to wit stealing. That is the intent aspect. So you can engage in an action with an intent that may not be the intent that the victim of that action assumed. I'm not making a case for the person who attacked a farmer. So I don't want to be misunderstood. We are just discussing principles. If somebody attacks me and I get to that point where I know that I've overpowered him, if I kill him at that point, I've sentenced him to death. It's difficult for us to reason like that because our imagination has been stretched, our patience has been stretched. We are in a perpetual conflict with an imaginary, sometimes real enemy. For those who have not encountered some of these enemies, they are imaginary. For those who have encountered them, they are real. So when you now see this enemy, and you don't even know the principles, when we talk about law, there are principles. You don't even know. It is your instincts that guide you. Your instinct is that he wanted to kill me. Now that I have the power, let me kill him so that I'll be safe. You don't even reason it out about so that or no so that. we are in a fight. He wanted to kill me. I just succeeded in overpowering him, so I should kill him. But that's not what you should do. Surprisingly, even our religion doesn't recommend that. He says you should love your enemies, and you don't kill people you love. If a man tries to kill you and you overpower him, he's the enemy, right? Even the Bible doesn't recommend that you kill him. The Bible recommends that you show him some love, at least spare his life and give him to the police. I'm now trying to take it outside the realm of the law to help us understand. But let me also state clearly that if, in my opinion, that the herdsman was killed in the course of the struggle, for me, the expression that changes the equation is overpowered. Assuming he stabbed me and I evaded the stab, he stabbed me again and that one entered and I'm struggling with it and I stabbed him, it means we are engaged in combat. At that point, you can't say that I committed a crime. But assuming I somehow overpower him, possibly disarm him, and he's at my mercy, and I stab him to death, it means I killed him. Tough luck for those who don't understand it. But you see, one of the things I also said is, the energy we are using to make noise about this thing. If I have the privilege of sitting one-on-one with Okpebholo and all the governors, including the governor of Kano State, I will tell them this is a time to prioritize real civic education. This is a time to rise above all this running around and political talk and engage in civic education. Let's talk about Akaloka. Let's talk about Deborah. Let's talk about these people. Let's ask why. It's not just these persons that were killed. I mean, people have been killed. There are 4. Let's talk about the cost of human rights abuse. Let's talk about the fact that one of the boys that was killed in Port Harcourt was the only son of the mother. And the mother can't have children anymore. You know what that does to a person from southern part of Nigeria? The man practically lost his mind. Let's begin to educate people on why we should consider life sacred. We can't give life. We can't manufacture life. We shouldn't take life at the drop of a pin. We should actually intentionally protect life. And some people do that. Sometimes when you have riots, even in northern Nigeria, people have been known to protect possible victims at the risk of their own lives because they value life. They don't understand why my neighbor should be killed. And they hide them. And they were announcing that if we catch you, but they will still try. Why? Because they value life. So this is the time to begin to ask ourselves the real question. Why do we take life so easily in Nigeria? When I say we, I don't mean mob, I mean police. Bolanle died for no reason. The police actually execute people without trial in Nigeria. We know. I'm not saying allegedly. It is a fact. Policemen have been tried and convicted for killing people, including the person that killed a lawyer on Christmas Day, for nothing. One was also convicted in Port Harcourt. As a matter of fact, the 2 boys, he made them lie down and shot at one of them. The other one fled. It was like, seriously? The boy died, and the policeman was convicted. So we live in a nation where, we don't consider life as anything. When we get to that point where a policeman executes a citizen, we execute him in public. After due process. Let me also use the opportunity to point out something that we don't think about. Why do we kill people when they commit certain crimes? We say they deserve death. But sorry, in most situations where we kill them because we think they deserve to die, the law has already prescribed the same death. The only difference is that you are not patient and you don't trust the system. If an armed robber commits the crime of robbery, even without killing anybody, the law prescribes death sentence. So the only reason you decided to kill the person yourself is because, 1, you're impatient. You don't want the law to kill the person, so you want to kill the person yourself immediately. And then 2, you don't trust the law to kill the person. That will go and give bribe to the police, and then the person will be released. And this is also an opportunity to speak to another point. Very often we arrest suspects. We take them to the police, and we walk away. I want to use this platform to remind us that the police cannot successfully prosecute the person without witnesses. let me talk to my brothers in the Southeast. We are too busy to actually transform our environment. A typical Igbo man will tell you, police. I won't leave my business and be going to police station. If you don't go to police station, I'm talking to, if you don't go to police station, who will give the police the evidence with which to convict the criminal? A human being has to give the police the evidence. A human being will have to come to court to testify. Now, when we don't do these things, we're actually inducing the family to find a loophole by bribing the police, and then the police will naturally leave the person. Not that it's the right thing to do. The police should also call the people and say, you brought a suspect here, come and give us evidence. The reason I'm explaining these things is that there are so many lessons to be learned from this. The fact that you took a suspect to the police station doesn't mean that the suspect will automatically go to jail. For the person to go to jail, there is need to take the person to court, and the evidence will be profiled, and the magistrate or judge will find the person guilty. And if all of the people who witnessed the incident abscond, so how is the police going to get conviction? So there are so many. And what it means is that our political elites should begin to create a society that is sane. Step number one, there should be civic education. People should know about the law of the land, the supremacy of the Constitution. The Constitution is supposed to be supreme, but it is not. We need to know about the rights provided explicitly for us in the Constitution. People don't know. Now, when we actually make this kind of knowledge pervasive, when people get to know, everybody gets to know, then we begin to do enforcement. What will happen is that after some time, we won't be hearing about mob action anymore. But unfortunately, we are not interested in that. Why are the politicians not interested? Because they encourage disrespect for the laws of the land, so that they can live large, so that they can loot the treasury, so that they can rig elections, so that they can do anything they want to do and get away with it, including sending mobs to also kill people. We know political opponents have been killed in different parts of Nigeria in mysterious circumstances. Sometimes in clear circumstances. I think it's in Kogi State that a woman leader was killed. So what happened? Our own Chief Justice and Attorney General was killed, right? In his house. And the government couldn't unravel it. How do you explain that? So if we want to stop these things, we shouldn't be playing to the gallery and saying, people from Kano State died in Edo State. The governor is going to pay condolence visit. It is good that governor pays condolence visit. It is good that these issues are discussed at that level, so that the families of the victims, that their people will know that it's not intentional and it's not driven by ethnic sentiments. I mean, those people also mob their brothers and sisters. But I think we need to rise above these visits. This is a good time for people to begin to talk about civic education. This is a good time for National Orientation Agency to stop showing us cartoons and start teaching us about national values. I don't know why anybody should spend millions showing us cartoons about water and power when we have more pressing national issues. This is a good time for Nigeria to wake up. You know, we miss our opportunities. Some of these things should trigger conversations. And that's why I'm actually trying to remind us that it's not just about ethnic coloration, it's not just about mob action, it's about the rule of law, about respect for human rights, and about civic education. If we don't get these things right, people will continue to die through mob action and through extrajudicial killing.
Right, we're almost out of time. Just to wrap things up, because again, this also has an ethnic coloration already. When the headlines came out, in fact, I already knew where this was going to head to when that happened, because the headlines were just reading 16 traveling northerners ambushed in Edo State. You just be hearing 16 northern this, northern that, and you know, when those kinds of headlines come up, as a northerner, what comes to mind is they have killed our people. Let's see what's going to happen. And then you go on some social media sites, you see some threats. Some people say, well, we're waiting for the Ramadan to be over, the Salah to be over. We're going to, you know, have a reprisal. Kano State governor has been warning. The Edo State governor, thank God, has visited the Edo States. There's a high-powered delegation going to Edo State to meet with the Hausa community. You know, how responsible should, also journalists be in things like this?
You actually just took this right out of my mind. That I was going to tell you to also talk to your colleagues. Maybe bring them here and interview them. That headline was crafted by someone just to sell newspapers.
Absolutely.
You can say 16 travelers mobbed in Edo State. Same headline, more objective. Especially knowing the country you live in.
Yeah.
When you give it ethnic coloration deliberately to sell newspapers, the truth is that you that crafted that headline may be a victim of the reprisal if it happens. God forbid it won't happen, because I think they're putting a lot of effort. And talking about effort to douse the tension, I think it's appropriate to also compensate the families of those who were killed in the mob action. That's one practical way to show them that, oh, we are sorry. Apart from all the platitudes and good talk and everything, the governor should begin to say, can we identify them? We want to compensate their families. I mean, these are breadwinners. These are people's husbands, brothers, sons. So if you have children, I'll give them scholarship. Edo State government give them scholarship. And it shouldn't be about Edo State. It should be a principle. So if anybody is mobbed anywhere, the same principle kicks in while we try to stop the mob action itself. But that ethnic coloration is not only mischievous, it is terrible. And we should do a lot of work to educate the people, especially those who are related to the victims, who suffered loss, to understand that nobody went out to the expressway, to the highway that day to kill their siblings. No. It was just a bad combination of circumstances that led to the death of their people. And we need to demonstrate it beyond talk. We need to show them that we are concerned about how the family of this guy is going to fare. When you begin to do certain practical things, they'll say, oh, that they are really concerned. Okay, we get it. And then this is a good point to start civic education and to continue it. The beauty of the law is that it can be discussed in any language, Hausa, Igbo, Yoruba, Efik, Ibibio, whatever language. You can interpret the law, discuss it, and then make it clear to the people that anybody who breaches the law will face the consequences. Unfortunately, I've been going back to this, if you notice, I've been saying it repeatedly, but it's difficult for politicians to do that because they thrive in illegality. So it's very difficult for a politician whose main weapon for sustaining himself in power is illegality to begin to preach the rule of law and the human rights. Because once he becomes the preacher, sometimes even his boys will say, Oga, you want us to go and beat you? Oga, wow, you said there will be consequences and you want us to go and beat you again. What if there are consequences? So we live in a country where we must address the leadership problem. Yes, we must, because everything rises and falls on leadership, including mob action. Our leaders reason like mobs, behave like mobs. Sorry, I'm not saying this just to play to the gallery. We have leaders who don't really appreciate why we should deal with some of these problems. They are just more interested in political power. When we have leaders who are responsible, who are willing to protect citizens as individuals, like what I mean is, if you are a father and you have 6 children, 5 children, you not only protect your family, you protect them as individuals. You may have a son who is a rascal. You give him extra attention. You want to see that he doesn't get into trouble. You know he's a rascal, but you still protect him. Now, when we have leaders who protect us like that, who understand that if you're a governor of a state, you are the father of the state. So even the boys who didn't go to school, who become armed robbers, they are your children. You have a duty to reform them. I said a duty. It's not something you gloss over. So if you are the president of Nigeria, you are the father of the nation. Forget the "na your mama" video. But you're actually the father of the nation. So it's your duty to see that all your children go to school, that all your children feed well. You see, my dad taught me that a responsible father cannot eat when the children have not eaten. We have leaders who sit on buffet tables and choose choice meals when their children go hungry in IDP camps. That is sacrilege. You see, I'm not digressing from the main conversation. The main conversation is, oh, we are worried about mob action. But the point is that it is the lawlessness in the society that even creates citizens who are not educated, who don't know about the law, who don't have a job. And because of all of this combination of factors, they go to stand on the highway. They gave themselves a job. We are vigilantes, and they went and stood there. They'll beg you for money, you travel. That's their job. They gave themselves the job. And in the course of that, they just killed some people. If we have leaders who are responsible and responsive, and those guys have jobs. I'm a product of the training I got from my parents and from my community. The things I know I didn't learn from the United States. I'm a Nigerian. I've lived in Nigeria all my life. And I'm speaking like this, and that is how I behave too. So that tells you that there are many other Nigerians who are properly raised to understand how communities should thrive. If we can extend that same privilege to every other person, or to a critical mass of Nigerians, these things will be curtailed. Unfortunately, we still have a political class that would rather prey on our illiteracy, on our lack of knowledge, on our rascality, rather than rein us in. They actually encourage children not to go to school. They destroy the things that will make us a sane society, just so that they will enjoy the plunder. It's like war. You know, some people go to war just to subdue the enemy and create peace. Others go to war so that they can get loot from the war. Loot, they call it plunder. So we have some politicians who are interested in the loot. So it's like, okay, I don't care if they go to school or not. I don't care. While we're running around trying to discuss all these problems, I'll be helping myself to state funds. I'll be enjoying life. I'll be living large. I have bulletproof vehicles if there's no security. I have helicopters if the roads are not good. They're not thinking of common good. When we are able to solve our problems in a holistic manner, all of these things will stop. I was telling somebody before he came into the studio that it is the same reason why Nigeria cannot play football properly, that we cannot take care of the health of our citizens, that we are discussing mob action, that we cannot conduct elections. We are lawless people. So we have to speak to that. We need to respect the rule of law, respect the rights of the people, create a disciplined population, and Nigeria will become one of the greatest nations on planet Earth.
It's a fine place to live it. Larry Gwego, many thanks. We truly, really appreciate you. It's always a delight speaking with you when it comes to issues regarding the national polity, human rights, and some of these issues. Many thanks.
It's a privilege. It's my pleasure, my privilege to speak on this esteemed platform. Thank you for having me.
All right. So, everyone, thank you so much for being part of this discourse. We will be connecting to Benin Kebbi just after now to speak to another guest specifically about this issue, to hear, you know, what the feelings are like in the northern part of the country regarding this development. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We are at Ugujuru in Nimbo, a community in Uzowani local government area. Deserted homes, empty farmlands, is actually what greeted us when we arrived in ENUGU, where armed herdsmen attacked Nimbo community in Uzuwani local government area. It is a tale of devastation, anger, anguish. The story is unbelievable. At this very spot was where the funeral ceremony was being held. Canopies were actually mounted around this area when these armed herdsmen came through from that spot, from that zone, and attacked them. This spot was where one of them died. If you could see, there's still some blood stains right on this spot.
While I was returning, I heard Hausas were shooting in the village. I didn't know what to do. I asked what happened. They told me Fulanis have killed my husband and my grandson. I was running and heard sound of gun. I returned back to inquire what happened. I went to the uncompleted building, and behold, I found my father and my son shot dead.
This spot was where the village head of ENUGU was killed. He ran away from his house and came in right here to hide, only for the armed herdsman to come right here and shot at him, and he died right here.
I was sitting right here, that is my room. And all of a sudden, as I just entered the room because I wanted to dress up and go out, I had 3 gunshots right beside my house there. I opened the curtain and I saw these 3 Fulani herdsmen right by that side. That is where they stood and shot the gun that way. And the whole people that were sitting on this canopy scattered. Myself, I ran back towards my neighbor's place. I was following that man because I'm a stranger here. I don't know where to run to. So I was running alongside with him. When we ran down towards that very house there and hid ourselves, not even knowing that that same place we were hidden, where the road they were passing to go back again. It was while they were going back, I now saw that there were 3 of them. It was 2 of them. I stood by the corner of the, by the wall of that house. There's an uncompleted building there. While the other man stood here with that his small grandchild on the hand, and I was holding one other smaller girl. That was when these people arrived, 2 of them by this side, and they shot. The comment I had them made that time, you don't die today. All I was shouting was Jesus, Jesus, Jesus. They now released that gunshot too that killed this man and his grandchild.
We are dying due to hunger. The armed Fulani people, numbering 3, came shooting sporadically. My husband ran out into the farm for safety. One of the herdsmen ran after him while shooting. He eventually fell in the open field and died there. By then, I had already run off for safety.
Around 4 or 5, then the Fulanis surrendered our area. And when he was trying to run away, he was shot. They killed him from Gadsden. Herdsman killed him through gun. And he's now in the mortuary, he's dead. I don't know what to do. Very serious pain. I'm very, very serious in pain right now.
We are on a very large... From the headquarters here in Enugu State, Southeast Nigeria, this is Signature Morning, and we're just looking deeper into this mob action that took away the lives of 16 persons, 16 travelers from River State through to Kano State. It was so unfortunate that their lives were cut short in an unprecedented manner. We have Barrister Aminu Kalgo, he's a former Secretary NBA in Birnin Kebbi, joins us from Birnin Kebbi through the platform. Good to have you via Zoom this morning. Thank you for joining us, Barrister. Barrister Aminu, can you hear me?
All right, thank you so much for joining us. First things first, I don't know if you think that some of the actions of the governor of Edo State, and of course the action of the Kano State's government are also leading to assuage the palpable fear and the palpable anger that this has elicited, will go a long way in stopping some of the threats that has also been given. From your end, do you think some of the actions and activities from these two governors are actually helping with the peace process?
First of all, it was a sad incident for Nigeria, also very disappointing as a nation, but all the same, it is an atrocity, but after it, there is a lot of humane measures that come by, especially, the efforts of the Edo State governor and that of Kano States are really commendable. And it takes courage to lead people when such things occur. And hopefully, we see that it has daunted the agitations and the fears and confusion that has befallen the community of the victims. Hopefully, that's why we have this kind of situation. And the words are reassuring from the governor of Edo State. I think all these measures they have taken have gone well in managing the sad situation the nation is facing.
Right. The Kano State governor had requested that the people who were arrested, the suspect that have been arrested, be paraded as one of the conditions of some sort. I don't know, as a barrister, why do you think the governor requested for that? Would it in any way go a long way to assuage those who have been pained by this unfortunate incident?
Yes, understandably, mob action is there, it comes, it undermines authority. But at the same time, it is understandable that it always comes to show that the weakness in the systems that are in place, especially the judicial and criminal prosecution, because mob action is always there with whoever is affected, fall a victim. You see, there will be a justification of some sort that he had partaken in one thing or the other that seems abhorrent to the community, or though it's not a good excuse, but it goes to show you that mob action essentially has to do with the perception of the society pertaining to the criminal administration justice system in a country. So the demands of the governor are very, very understandable, because where the criminal justice system is very, very functional, where people who erred are so sure of being prosecuted, and you hardly find such things occurring. So now, how many days since this incident occurred? I think it is not bad for the governor to ask of that, because at least 48 hours one need to be taken to court by our constitution. And this thing occurs since last Friday. You can see more than 48 hours, you can even double that. So with that, I think it is for the community to see the law in motion, it helps a lot. It helps the nation also. By now, as a legal practitioner, I will hope that all the laid down procedures for remand proceedings must have taken place. And when the country and the whole nation is taken into the doings of such things, it helps for them to know that really matters are being taken care of. So I think that's from the position the governor is coming. But another thing to note is the identity of these people. It is not it does not mean that these people must be paraded with their identity really shown, but at least the processes of the court to show that they have been taken for remand proceedings, subject to the ongoing prosecution, even without showing their faces, the way that the media used to do with blotting of their faces and what have you. I think is the right place for that, because it even helps the governor in what he is doing to calm down situation in Kano.
Right. I mean, this is, in fact, not the first time we're seeing mob action happen. I mean, one can always point out to several examples that has happened under our country. But it's so sad how this has played out. Talking about the future, what do you think can start happening now so that, you know, there will be some sort of deterrence for other persons who will be looking to take the laws into their hands, beyond, you know, doing the right things or taking the right steps, killing somebody. I mean, just taking people's lives, you know, so crazily. I mean, is there something that either the government, local government, state government, even the federal government can begin to do to deter people from taking laws into their own hands?
Really, there is a lot that the government could do. When you look at each incidence of such occurrence, the reference at hand, the issue of this Oromi, when you look at it, you see this issue of vigilante is something to look out for. Now the government has issued statements saying that the vigilante are unregistered, this and that, pertaining to this vigilante. But these are vigilante that are publicly operating, even having the powers on the road to search and commit. So it shows some reluctance, or I mean, so it is so loose for such things to happen and later on to claim being not registered. So I think anyone that could even have a position of being on the road to check should be a proper state actor, not someone, not any quasi, I mean, institution should have such powers. So really, a lot has to be done, and the one that will go down in assuring that such things do not happen is really the prosecution of the people who are the perpetrators. Because once the law starts getting on to people who acted in such a way, it will deter them from doing that. I think that is the most assuring remedy for what we have, though there are a lot of factors that we have to key in. Like the media too. I mean, the media is very, very powerful when it comes to such things. I think responsible journalism will come to play when in matters like this, so that you know, in journalism as it goes, most of the times news of adversity go far and fetch a popularity. So when such things are reported, I think a lot of responsibility should come in, not just that to have a news that goes, but also to look at the things that may come out of that. Equally, social media too. That's another aspect that the country, I think, need to have a very good grip of, because in other climes, we can hear that even some speeches, things people said, are taken down by these multinationals that have these pages and ways and inlets of information online. I think Nigeria should be very, very, I mean, up and doing with regard to that. I know during the former regime, there was a time when Twitter was banned, and it led to a position that every international, multinational in the media and internet services, social media should have an office in the country and follow the regulations and even have an incorporation within the nation. I think such will give us something to hold by. Because after the Oromi, I came across a posting that one shows a bus that was burnt claiming that this is a reprisal attack on Igbos, on some Igbo traveling, while someone was fast enough to deter it as fake news and report that that car that was shown was indeed a car that was involved in an accident, and it has even been reported. So you can see how because all these things start with information. So managing information, I think, will be go a long way in containing such events, such acts.
Yeah, that's one of the fears, really. I mean, because it took some ethnic dimensions, and it's quite scary because some of the things that we read on social media these days can be scary. Given that we've seen threats, some say they are waiting for the Salah to be over, then they would attack. They would not allow this to go, and I mean to even threaten an ethnic group, the Igbos, and to see that Edo State is not even a Southeast state. You think that is it that the Igbo ethnic group has become a punching bag because they're easy, easy prey to jump on? That's the reason why these threats are on. From your point of view, what can be done about these issues, especially as it concerns the threats?
I think these issues of mob action and insecurity are not tribal issues at all. They are just some diseases of the communities. The clip I told you that was sent was actually sent by and a person, the name appears to be an Igbo man that sent it. So what I'm trying to say, you see, I am the publicity secretary of Muslim Lawyers Association of Nigeria, and it has issued a statement on this issue. And while we are discussing coming up with the statement, a lot of inputs have come from people that are looking up to the association to see something, which basically most of them are not lawyers. What they were requiring, it takes us to further educate them that no, it's not what you think. It's not about regional issue. It's not about tribal issue. I say they were trying to point it as this is something, a divide, a dichotomy of hostilities between the South and the North. But we are quick to point to them that no, it's not that at all, because when you look at these people that the travelers were doing their legitimate hunting in river states and nothing happened. And that's in the South, and they pass all through these states, only that adversity caught up with them in Edo State. So you see, it is not a good reflection to say that something like that is the act of certain people of certain region. Even in Edo State, you can see not a lot of, and you can see the governor how he was saddened and is always lamenting and seeing that this thing has atrocity happening in his state. He is really disturbed and doing all he can to dissuade the the sentiments that can come out of this. So in situation like this, I think they need to be properly managed. And the fact of the matter is that in all areas, you see people of all this, tribal and regional thing doing their businesses daily, day in, day out. So there's always people who will agitate for such things, because in everywhere you have dissidents with all kind of thinking, but no one should allow them to take the better part of our community, because atrocity and anarchy will not take us anywhere. And mob action, if not properly contained, will definitely lead to anarchy.
Right. I mean, I'm sure that, like I do, there is no amount of compensation that can, bring back the lives of those who have been lost and so unfortunate in that incident. But then, what do you think is commensurate in terms of showing to the families that, either the community or the state is sorry about what had happened, or assuaging the pain, especially for the immediate families of those who have been lost? What do you think can be done?
I am aware that the Kano State Governor sought for compensation. In our statement that we state under the Muslim Lawyers Association of Nigeria, we did not mention anything of compensation. But I think the culture in Nigeria is one that whenever you have bereaved family, and there is a connection for you to go and condole them. It is in our culture, if one is well-to-do, to at least give a token and to help them come out of it. So especially when something like this happen, I think it is in order if the Edo State government can, I mean, can extend its hands of generosity to these people. But actually, I don't like the word compensation when you look at it in law because it has a lot of weight on it. Because the governor, as a leader of the state, is not happy with the incident happening in his state, does not amount to owning it. But all the same, I can see the reports not really confirmed that they are willing to do such things. But I know it's part of our culture, so it's not out of place. And if the governor could extend such goodwills, I mean, to those bereaved family, I think it will further help them come out of this because it's not easy. It's not easy at all because the way and manner those people are killed, I think not only the families, even if you have no relation with just being human to see it, it will remain with you for a very long time. And to think that people can act that way is also very, very disturbing. So I think the religious leaders who have come out to condemn this thing, I think will continue to educate their followers pertaining to doing such kind of things that has no connotation in with any faith, and that will help in preventing it to occur in the future.
All right. Barrister Aminu Kalgo, former Secretary NBA Berlin Kebbi, many thanks for your time. We truly appreciate your insights on the program this morning.
Thank you very much.
All right. We have finally come to an end of today's broadcast from our headquarters in Enugu State. We're back at noon for the news, but before then, I'm going to be connecting you to our Abuja studios where my colleague Joko is waiting to continue the morning show. My name is Charles Pius. Have a beautiful morning.
Well, Charles, in the ENUGU Center, thank you very much. A beautiful Tuesday morning there in ENUGU. And let me tell you something. The temperature dropped here in Abuja. So all of us are enjoying early morning cool temperature. So you're welcome to Abuja. This is Signature Morning. My name is Nwabuoze Njoko. Remember that about 5 weeks ago, we raised the question, what manner of military does Nigeria want? And then we added to it, what manner of military does Nigeria deserve? Now we looked at the role of Nigeria as a nation in regional, continental, and global politics. And the bottom line of that conversation was that it is the political leadership that determines what it will do with its military, and therefore begin to define what kind of military Nigeria needs and deserves. This morning, we are looking at another dimension to the Nigerian military, and this is looking at the military-civil relations, because the military is our military. And so how does the military relate with us, the civilians? Now, this morning, I have a very strategic, well-informed guest, and I'm very proud of it. My guest is Rear Admiral Olusanya Bankole. Rear Admiral Bankole is the Chief of Defense Civil Military Relations at Defense Headquarters. Rear Admiral, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Njoko. It's my pleasure to be here. And also, may I, on behalf of my principal, the Chief of Defense Staff, General Christopher Gwabi-Musa, thank you for the patriotic things you do for our country, in nation building, and all the other things you do in disseminating information. It's actually my pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you very much. I want to be educated. I'm going to come from purely point of ignorance. When you talk about military-civil relations, what are we talking about? What is really military-civil relations?
Okay, civil-military relations, as the word goes, is the relationship between the military and the civilian populace. They are in different strata. But I want to, first of all, before I mention the strata, I want to reiterate what you said. The military is an integral part of the society. We are recruited from the society. We are molded to fight and to lead. And after that, when we retire, we go back to the society. So you cannot distance the military from the society. So what is the relationship between the military and the society? The military and the civilian populace is on three strata. One is the issue of the CMR itself, which is the civil military relation. As enshrined in the Constitution, the civilian authority have supervisory roles over the military. That's why there are oversight functions. That's why the Chief of Defense Staff is operationally responsible to the CNC. Administratively, is responsible to the Honorable Minister of Defense. That's why we have committees on defense in the National Assembly, in the House of Rep. So there is oversight functions of the military by the civil authority. That is the first part of civil-military relations. The second part is what they call aid to civil authority and disaster relief. That is when the president orders the military to do some things, like, for example, what we are doing right now as insurgency. It is aid to the directive from the president. As a directive from the president to aid civil authority. So in doing that also, we also have what they call disaster relief, disaster control. When there's disaster, the military are the first responders. So we try to aid civil authority. And also what happens during elections, the military helps in taking election materials, like the Air Force takes election materials, sensitive materials, The Navy takes election materials to far-flung places by sea, and that is also an aid to the civilian authority. The other one, the last part, which I'm more interested in, is the one of civil-military cooperation. Now, because the military, as we said, is the Nigerian military. We are the armed forces of Nigeria. And most of our resources, intelligence, even come from the civil population. We want to directly impact. So that is why we do medical rhapsody. We do some humanitarian intervention. I will just quickly mention one about, I think it was last year in an IDP camp in Yola. There was a person that gave birth to co-joined twins, and the Nigerian Air Force had to fly for an operation with the twins. There was a successful operation carried out, and it came back. Those are the things we do. During the flooding in Maiduguri last year, the military was all over. They were the people that were ferrying because that was the only means of transportation. The same thing happened in ENUGU during the flood, I think in 2023. The Navy was just there. So those are the levels, different strata of civil-military relations. Thank you, sir.
Now, you know that institutionally, these can be understood. I understand. The Nigerian in the street who sees his military. Let me tell you something very quickly. Only few Nigerians are not afraid of the soldier or the naval officer. Why do you think that is so? Only few are not afraid of the soldier or the military man.
There was a time under normal circumstances, the military is meant to protect you. So you should not actually be afraid of the person that is meant to protect you. People run away from the military, but you are supposed to run to the military for protection. And I think it's a narrative of over so many years, probably after the Civil War, where there was a need to enshrine force to get some things. And I think that has stayed with us over a while. And also, because of that, and also probably because of military intervention in politics, a lot of people have perspective that the military is not somebody you need to be friendly with. But the truth is that the military is meant to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria. The military is meant to protect Nigerians and Nigerian infrastructure. The military is the armed forces of Nigeria. The military is your military. The military is my military. It's not, the recruitment is from from the society itself. It's not from outside. So you need to be friendly with your military. And also, the truth is this, my salary is paid through taxes from the civilian populace. So I need to serve the people. And that is why every military man, every soldier, every rating, every airman swears an oath, one, to defend the territorial integrity of his country, two, to protect the lives and properties of the people of this country. And the third one is any other duty the President Commander-in-Chief sends you to do. That is what we do as a military. And I was telling somebody was telling me some times ago that in America, people salute their military because they believe the military is theirs. Yes. I want to assure you, with the trajectory the Chief of Defense Staff is taking now, and the immediate past Chief of Defense Staff, the military would handle
on Monday declared open the Human Security and Gender Advisor course at the National Defense College, Abuja, which was organized by the Defense Headquarters in collaboration with the British Defense Staff. Declaring the 8-day course open in Abuja, the CDS was represented by the Chief of Civil Military Relations, DHQ, Rear Admiral Olusoya Biodun Bankole stressed that human security and gender considerations are no longer secondary issues in military operations as they are essential components of strategic planning, operational effectiveness, and sustainable peace.
Is to empower with the knowledge and skills necessary to integrate human security and gender perspectives into military operations while strengthening our non-kinetic operational approach.
Mentioned the issue of human security. Human security as a word that encompasses food security, environmental security, climate security, health security. So security now is not only military as we speak. And that's why my Chief of Defense Staff always emphasizes the word that even while we are fighting insurgents in the Northeast, it will tell you that the kinetic part of it, that's boots on the ground, is just actually between 35 and 40%. The 60% is non-kinetic. How do you relate with the populace? How do you do confidence building with the populace? How do you win the hearts and minds of the populace? How do you provide governance in open spaces, in non-governed spaces? How do you earn the trust of the populace? Now, so that is what is happening now. The boots on the ground. Yeah, so at the time of the Civil War, that's about 50 years ago.
Yes.
Warfare has changed from 50 years ago to what is happening now in 2025. Warfare now is not too much about brute, about being physical. It's about emotional intelligence. It's about your intelligence quotient. It's about use of technology. It's about knowing leadership principles like issues of integrity, courage. Those are the things that make a soldier. And I will want to emphasize the military profession, as you know, is one of the most noble professions since ancient days. So, and that is why the CDS has insisted on sensitizing people. Even set up a sensitization team. We are going around all the geopolitical zones, just to tell them, yes, the military, we're here to support you. The military, we're here to do whatever the president and commander-in-chief tells us to do. And the CDS is really emphasizing this. And that's why you see at every fora, it's me to tell my command philosophy is people-centric. Mr. Njoku, if you call the CDS now, he may not be able to pick the call, but in the next, before 24 hours, he will reply, send you a text. He's that kind of person. So it just shows the care, and now we have taken the people as the central focus. The people are the center of gravity of what we do. So, sir, what happens in 1967 to 1970 during the Civil War? Now there's a narrative that was created after that, which will take time to heal. And also the foray into politics. So, but now I think there's a little bit, but there's so much more sensitization, so much more interaction. Like before, you don't normally see people coming out. Like part of me coming out here is actually to sensitize people that this is what the military does. It's so the idea is before it's okay, you just show your actions, but we're now trying to share, and we're sensitizing men even to the lower ranks, because they are the people that interface with people more on the streets. These people, you are here to serve them. You are here to protect them, protect their infrastructure, and protect the territorial integrity of our country, the Army by land, the Navy by sea, and the Air Force by land. So it's more of training, more sensitization. More of those trainings are coming up. More of those trainings are coming up, and training is a continuum. Even myself, as a two-star general, I still go for training. And so that is what we do in the armed forces.
I will come back to this issue, okay. But before that, let me tell you a story. I was with the Nigerian military in both Liberia and Sierra Leone. On the night that the Nigerian military crossed the Mano River, there are about 3 of us who were lucky because of our relationships. And as I've said to 1 or 2 military men who have interacted with me, I said, that was a masterpiece in military engineering. And if not that military president Ibrahim Babangida didn't want certain thing to happen, the Nigerian military would have ended that nonsense in a matter of hours after that crossing. But how many Nigerians know about it? Why does the Nigerian military seem a little bit reluctant to tell its own story? With all its achievements in Sierra Leone, real combat, at the same time protecting the civilian population, which is what we're discussing this morning, why is the military, our military, a little bit unwilling to tell its own story?
Mr. Njoku, I will probably also tell you another story, or a joke. There's the issues of, they will tell you that Mungo Park discovered Nigeria. Now the person who showed Mungo Park, where River Niger, who showed Mungo Park, River Niger, but the story everywhere is that Mungo Park discovered River Niger. Now, in the same Liberia, there was this American journalist that came and he said, I think he just came for 3 months, and he now wrote a story on how the war in Liberia was fought and won. He wrote it, he got the credit for it, and he was there just for 3 months. It just brings back to it, so why do we need to actually document our history, document what we have done. It's difficult to buy institutional memory, and that's one thing we are sensitizing our generals now, that try and put, even retired generals, try and document things, let people know what's the military, because the military has really done a lot for this country. That's why people are now writing memos. Then on the other part of telling the story of the military, currently the military is trying its bit to showcase what we are. And just like I mentioned, the CDS is available. It tells people from the strategic level, it chats with the media on what the military is doing. There's a media brief every, I think 2 times a month, defense media operations, while they brief people on what the military is doing. Also the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, they're on the social media. I'm also sure the Navy, there's a program there on 3 TV stations, and all of them have their magazines which they do. We're trying to tell bits and pieces of our story, of what we do. But you see, just like the Nigerian style, good news does not really sell so much. And the truth is that if I enter the studio, maybe I meet your gate man as I'm coming now, and maybe your gate man slaps me and probably I retaliate. The story that will come out is that the Rear Admiral slapped the gate man, not that the gate man first slapped the Rear Admiral. So, but it also shows the level of perception. But I think the military is getting there. There might be some gaps, which is obvious. There are gaps in every station, but the military is trying to tell out their story. The military is putting itself out. But I must tell you, sir, the military is really doing a lot to the extent of being overstressed in this country. We're in about 36 states of the country carrying out one internal security duties or the other. DHQ has about 8 theaters of operations. When you say Nigeria is not at war, I don't want to, Nigeria is not at war as per war, but there's a lot of challenge with the military having sleepless nights, and the presidency is supporting the military. I think they know what the military is facing. They know because they attend some of our briefs, so they know. It's not all things that happen that is in the public, but the people that need to know that there's a lot of things the military is doing, a lot of sacrifices the military is, and unfortunately in doing this, we lose a lot of men. So those are the things we are doing, and the military is trying to tell its stories.
Now let me move from the storytelling to the actual experience. You just mentioned now that the military is in almost 8 theaters of operation in the country. let me draw from the experience of the United States. I hope you don't mind my doing that. When American soldiers stay too long in theaters of war, 1 year, moved from location to location, the military as an institution realizes that there's a psychological damage. There's a new mental framework now guiding their reactions and action. I just told you before we went on air that I've come to work this morning. Chances are that I could be here till 10 p.m. But if I do this routine regularly for about 1 month, 2 weeks, my patience becomes short. I may scream at a reporter. I may react wrongly. The same thing. When our military is so stretched, some of them stay 2 months, 3 months, 4 months in operation, and as they're getting back to get some rest, something else develops, and they are redeployed, and they continue. How do you manage? Because you throw them back into society, don't you? And their patience becomes brittle. How do you manage that?
So the military works under very stringent, unfortunately, very stringent conditions. You deploy somebody to an operational area. The basic thing is 6 months, then you redeploy. But we are overwhelmed. A lot of work has to be done. And now, when you now remove him after 6 months, there's a problem somewhere else. You redeploy the person. Now there is this issue of doing a kind of training. You are recruiting 1,000 every year. Now, while that is good on its part, now training for the military, it took me 5 years in NDA, and since I've been for training for over 20 years, different training, the training has to be holistic. So you now say, okay, I recruit somebody for 6 months, I take him to the war front. It is not holistic. So that is why there are gaps, there are challenges. But in trying to mitigate that, we try to enhance the welfare of the soldier. Enhance that when he's there at the war front or any area of operation, his family is well taken care of. There's monies enough for his wife to feed his children. There's medical for his children. There are schools. That's why we have welfare schools. We have welfare hospitals in the military. Because the soldier, the officer, needs to be taken care of for him to face what he's doing. So there are a lot of challenges which the military and right now, just like they're trying to do everything that will make the soldier. You can't make him comfortable because he's going to a place where he's not comfortable. He's not comfortable. He cannot be comfortable in a front. But he needs to go somewhere and know that his family is well. His children are going to school. His family is safe. His welfare is taken care of. And the presidency now, and with a lot of things the CDS is doing, the military salary is paid on time. Like the ration cash allowance that they used to pay, it has been increased now to something that the soldier can really enjoy a good meal, and most of the things to try as much as possible within the resources that is released to make sure that the soldier at least is comfortable too. But the issue of being redeployed, you may not be able to do anything about it. And that is why also, because of issues of trauma, the post-traumatic stress syndrome, after redeployment, the soldier is evaluated for PTSD and is monitored for a while, monitored for a long time. Because even in the US, one of the greatest casualties now is that soldiers have come back from operations, they could just wake up and start shooting their wives or something. So those are the things and issues of when you're exposed to long stay at operations, you may be exposed to issues of drugs and so many things. That I'm talking about narcotics and everything, but so it's a thing, it's an old thing that we are trying to manage. And the CDS has also emphasized that it's not all about kinetics. It's more about non-kinetic approach. How do you build a society? How do you make sure there is governance felt in the society? How do you secure people? Because right now, the military
now gets a territory, they're able to, okay, drive out the Boko Haram or insurgents. Now they give it now to probably police, NSCDC to hold, and they move to another place. So there are different types of deployments, and insurgency and all those challenges are evolving. You see one everywhere. Insurgency is a long battle to fight, and different things to it.
You know why I raise this matter? When we are discussing civil-military relations, the perception by the civilian in the street some of the time comes from the action of the ordinary soldier. And when that soldier is overstretched and his patience is breakable, you cannot blame him for his reaction. Meanwhile, the civilian is judging the entire military institution by the action of that man who did not do it purposely or because. Now, you cannot answer me this question, but we are just going to converse on it. Because you cannot determine how many challenges are going to erupt. As Nigeria faces this, more challenges every day, what ought we, the civilians, be doing to help our relationship with you in the military? Because challenges you are not creating the challenges, you are just responding to them. What should we be doing as civilians to enhance our own relationship with the military?
Okay, so I will probably still go back to what I said in the beginning, that the military is our military. We are an integral part of the society. Now the governor, the president and commander-in-chief, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, understands some of those things and is trying to equip the military, not only with equipment to fight, but with other logistics so that we can feel comfortable. Now, what's happening now about people getting annoyed, it's not only, I don't want to say it's, yes, the military, maybe because you have gone through so many issues of pressure. Sure. Now say, okay, how much is even my salary safe? That one conductor is coming to ask me, you understand that kind of thing? Anyhow. Yeah. So those things, with time, we need to sense. And the civil purpose should have it at the back of their mind also, to show love to the military. It may be, I'm saying this one, I'm saying it, I say, that guy say you should show love to the military, and the military man come and slap. No, show love to the military. Appreciate your military. But you see, with what we are doing now, the civilians will also, there's a story about a woman in Maiduguri that there was a rhapsody. The woman, her son took her for a medical rhapsody, and she was given free eyeglasses. Then I think they did a cataract operation for her, a cataract surgery. So after like 5 months, the boy left, he came back, and he wanted to be recruited as one of the informants of Boko Haram terrorists. And when they told his mother, the mother said, no. What are these people going to do? He said, they're going to be fighting the military. He said, no. He said, the military that restored my sight. Is it the military that gave me glasses? So we're trying now, quick impact on the people, to win the hearts and minds of the people. And that is why the CDS has also set up committees to sensitize. We also need to mention that we're working with the National Orientation Agency. Yeah. We're working with the National Orientation Agency to see how we can showcase what the military is doing. It's all part of governance. We are doing our own little bit to ensure governance because, and I also mentioned that the military in the Northeast and some part of the Northwest, we escort farmers to farm, to cultivate their crops. Because also food security is part of security. If somebody is hungry, the military is doing a lot of things. So I think the civil populace should appreciate this. The civil populace should actually show empathy. It may be funny, you will show empathy for the military because what the military is facing is actually very peculiar. Not to now see a military man say, okay, they are waiting with their cameras and say, okay, I want to see this man slap somebody, and they will now post it to go viral. I think that's not the way. You should love your military and support your military in every way. I think that's my message to civil populace. But eventually, the military will get there. We will build trust, we will build confidence in our military, and we'll win the hearts and minds
of our military.
I'm talking about winning the hearts and minds of the military. Let me get back to before 1966. We used to have great military friends, but they were not the military people who would hang around you with their uniforms. They had their barracks, fantastic. The Mami Market was a lovely place to go. And our military, our soldiers, were very proud, were very well quartered. But Rear Admiral, permit me to paint a picture. I'm not trying to underrate anything that has been happening. Today in Lagos, if you enter a Bolekaja or enter a Molue, chances are that you see a military man in uniform going to work. If you enter the Air Rufai buses in Abuja, chances are that you see a military man in uniform going to work. If you hire a flat in an estate, chances are that you see a military family that has rented an apartment there. That's even good enough. If you go to Maraba and Nyanya, most likely, you see another rank and his family in a face-me-I-face-you accommodation. And in these circumstances, a regimented, trained military personnel is interacting skin to skin the civilian. And chances are that one day the civilian just does the wrong thing and he will react militarily. And the story will be that the military man is rough. What are you doing? What is the military authority, the institution doing to get our military personnel a little bit well quartered so that when we meet them, we salute? Not when we're about to enter my face, may I face you, and be rubbing shoulder with a military officer.
Mr. Enugu, the military is doing a lot in terms of providing barracks. But back to your question, maybe one of these days we'll probably take you on a tour of what the military is doing in terms of provision of accommodation. We are building a lot. But you see, when you look at what was the population of the military prior to 1967, then there was a lot of recruitment during the war. And now there's so much recruitment because of the challenges we are facing. Now the recruitment, you need to have, apart from recruiting the man, you need to train, you need to provide accommodation, you need to provide transportation. Now the rate of developing, building these barracks, we're not able to catch up with the rate we are recruiting, So across the services, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they are doing a lot of catch up in terms of building barracks, getting buses, they call them transit buses to take people to, I know about last month, Ikeja Cantonment, which was now renamed General Taurid Lagbaja's Cantonment, apart from the recommissioning, there are a lot of structures coming up there to accommodate the soldiers, so that there will be less infraction with the civil populace. And also, there are a lot of places outskirts, like in Giri, outskirts of Abuja, and also I know the Navy, they are building a lot of places in Badagry, in Lagos, and just to mitigate some of these issues. But we also know that there are constraints into resource. There are other competing needs for resources, so we just to prioritize. But I know the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force, they are doing a lot to make the soldier comfortable. They are doing a lot to make the soldier comfortable with the resources that is being allocated to them. I understand that, and I know that it's not when you see soldiers in a Molo bus or whatever, but I know the military is doing a lot. And that's why also some of us as officers, we try, when we see some soldiers, we pick them and we go. But I think it will take some time, but we're in the right trajectory. The CDS is engaging all the service chiefs to see how we can make things more comfortable for the officer. Even before the DHQ, now defense headquarters and headquarters, we are building barracks not only the service, not only the army, the defense headquarters itself is building a lot of barracks, just to alleviate some of these problems. It's work in progress. We'll try and see if we can get there.
Well, while it is work in progress and we're believing that we'll get there, I'm not going to take a break at all because this is an interesting conversation this morning. One of the things I said is winning peace. And the course of this conversation, Rear Admiral has said, winning the hearts and minds of the people. If my producer is ready, let us look at that military outreach, medical outreach, and we'll come back to continue the conversation. Please stay with us.
Àti bàbá, àti màmá, àti ọmọ, àti everybody, ẹ káàárọ̀. Nǹkan tá a wá ṣe lénìí, àwa tá a wà ní uniform yìí, owó tax, owó orí táwọn èèyàn máa ń san, wọ́n fi ń san salary wa. We are here láti protect yín. Kì í ṣe ọ̀tá yín o. Ọ̀rẹ́ yín ni gbogbo wa jẹ́ níbí báyìí. And that is why tí ọ̀gá wa pátápátá Christopher Gami Musa tọ́pẹ́ kí n wá sí ìgbà lẹ́yìn. Pé nǹkan táwọn Bigcroft àti gbogbo wọn àti tó ń ṣe ní Majiti, the military is your friend. We are here to protect you. It is your money, your taxes that pay our salary. Your taxes buy our uniform. You understand? So we are not your enemy in any form. I'm a protecting. So gbogbo tá máa make available lẹ́yìn ẹ ṣe ìfúnpá kẹ ṣe blood pressure gbogbo test tó máa ní láti refine kẹ mọ̀ so that wọ́n á lè refine so that ẹ lè lọ gba oògùn níbi tó máa refine sí. Ìgbọ́n tá a fẹ́ ni pé kí àlàáfíà because tí àlàáfíà ò bá sí ìlú ò lè tòrò cooperation láàrin ẹ̀yin àti àwa ló yẹ kó wà important so nǹkan tá a bẹ̀ yìí fún nìyẹn tẹ bá gbọ́ pé àwọn kan ṣe cultism àwọn ṣe kankan ẹ sọ fún àwọn tó wà ní báyìí and I'm sure àwọn púpọ̀ ní lọ́mọ ní military and everything so we are not àkínṣe ẹni ní rárá ọ̀rẹ́ yín ní púpọ̀ ní wa ṣe understand so General Christopher Gami Musa olórí pátápátá di Armed Forces of Nigeria ló sọ pé ká wá ọ̀rẹ́ yín náà jẹ́ wáyé gbàgbé ìfúnpá àtẹ́rìtì ẹ̀jọ̀ kẹ́ chẹ́ẹ̀kì tó máa chẹ́ẹ̀kì ojú wọ́tẹ̀bà tó máa ní láti chẹ́ẹ̀kì wọ́tẹ̀bà tó máa ní láti fún ní kẹgbà so mo kọ̀ tún kí nílẹ̀ kún sí o ọlọ́run àwọn pẹ̀lú gbogbo wa ní ìlara máa jẹ́ ẹ̀.
One money, one night,
Well, you may ask me, why did you not translate what the Rear Admiral was saying? I purposely left it because I wanted us to appreciate that the communication is not above the head of the people. In other words, our military is communicating to be understood, interacting in real time with us, the population. If I had gone translating English and all that, that begins to be a little bit highfalutin, isn't it? Rear Admiral, that is for my own benefit. I want to take you on. You know that somehow they say a prophet is not honored in his own. Each time the Nigerian military goes outside, it comes out flying beautiful colors. It's accomplished. I've told you the story of both Liberia and Sierra Leone, myself. How does the performance on the Nigerian military outside rub off on how the Nigerian civilian sees its military, or in fact ought to rub off? Because we said, those in advertising, they say, perception is everything. You do so well outside. And let me accuse you again. You don't come back to tell us, but some of us know. How does those performances affect your relationship with civilians back home?
Okay, sir. The Nigerian military is engaged in a lot of peacekeeping efforts. And as you're aware, in all the peacekeeping efforts, Nigeria, in the Congo, in Liberia, in Mali, Nigeria has proved itself very well. They have acquitted themselves very well. It's the same soldiers that you are picking from Nigeria. It's not that you are recruiting, it's not that you pick them from Nigeria, you go on and train them somewhere and they performed. So it's actually the same. So it's a matter of issue of perception. What environment are they subject to work to outside? What equipment is available for them to work with outside? So it's a matter of perception. Now, apart from the issue of perception for the military, for the civilian, peacekeeping is an avenue. I would say this, the military is also an element of diplomacy. There's something they call in the military, in the Navy, they call it flag showing. When you acquire a ship, maybe it's coming from Europe, it goes around countries. It goes around before it comes to its final port in Lagos. Now, every visit to a port is called flag showing. It signifies the potential of that country. Okay, Nigeria has this big ship, it's about 112 kilometers. It shows the kind of, it also projects us as a diplomatic power.
In other words, we have teeth.
Yes, so we can, they call it, when you have a lot of fleets like that, they call it fleet and bin. That means they know that you have teeth and nobody really jokes with you. So it's same thing with peacekeeping. It's important that we as a people perceive our soldiers honorably well. And also, another thing about peacekeeping that we do is that it's also a money earner for the country. You understand? Because they are what they call contingency-owned equipment that the UN, if you go to Bangladesh and Ghana, that is one of their major sources of income, peacekeeping. Bangladesh, Ghana. So we need to do more of this peacekeeping. But the challenge we have in Nigeria, you need to keep your home safe to have the soldiers to send for peacekeeping. The CDS has a mind of reactivating the issues of peacekeeping. But we need to actually secure our home first before projecting power outside. Just called in projection of power outside. But I just want to assure you, it's the same military, it's the same training we've had from the Nigerian Army Depot for officers, from the Nigerian Defense Academy, from the Armed Forces Commander Staff College, Jaji, from the war colleges and the National Defense College, to be patriotic and all the leadership duties we need to do. So it's still the same. So I think it's just a matter of perception. They said a prophet is not honored in his own destiny, but if you go out and it's also on a lighter note, there was a time I traveled while I was on course, and I went with a friend of mine, and when I saw the roads, when I saw these roads, I just started speeding, and I was stopped, and the man, I told him, there's a way he would talk to you that he will just say, sir, please, sir, just have to write to him. But I'm not saying we should encourage speeding. It's indiscipline, but the
road was good.
But the road was very good. I didn't even know when I oversped and overshot the speed limit. So, sir, it's a thing that I would still urge our populace, give the military some credit. Give the military some credit. Look at what they are doing. Look at the pressure they are under. Sometimes I used to wonder my CDS, I don't know, I use them as an example, does he sleep? That's the question. I said, Oga, do you sleep, sir? Because 24/7, there's something that is happening. And now because of his own kind of leadership, apart from the messages he gets from his commanders on the ground, you see a local government chairman, you see a district, because he's been open to a lot of them. They send him information. And that is why any commander cannot just send CDS, because that information, as you are sending it to him, people on the ground will have sent him something more comprehensive, so you know what. So I used to ask, Oga, do you sleep? How do you manage this? But there's a way of making Nigeria great. And I think the military is trying its best.
Rear Admiral, this conversation has been cozy. Allow me to ruffle further a little bit.
Okay, sir.
I was about to play a clip, but I do not think it makes the conversation beautiful to play the clip. I just asked the question blind. When some of your personnel really roughen the civilians, when some of your personnel get involved as debt collectors or land dispute settlers, and they settle those things the military way. Permit me to explain what I mean by the military is a force, my brother. Let's not pretend about it. And apply real force to settle that matter. And that force sometimes can account for the death of somebody. A clip went viral last week where a retired officer got some of his boys to roundedly deal with some people. There was also a viral video where some Air Force officers broke into a power building because they didn't have electricity. When your officers conduct themselves in that manner, undermining all this conversation we have held this morning, what do you do?
Okay, sir. The two episodes you just narrated now, I don't want to call them allegedly because they were shown on the videos, on the TV. I want to start that the military hierarchy right now, the defense headquarters, the army, the navy, and air force headquarters, have zero tolerance for any form of indiscipline. They have zero tolerance for any form of indiscipline. And appropriate administrative steps are being taken, and they are seriously being taken. No matter your rank, if you infringe, if you are supposed to be sanctioned, you will be sanctioned. So it's not what you saw on the TV. Yes, you could say it's force, but it's a military force. But you use military force in a professional manner, not by going to, you understand, but that's why I said it is being tackled, it is being handled, and appropriate sanctions will be, no matter what the rank is. I know the CDS is concerned about this, and the Chief of Air Staff is on top of the situation. So anybody, so they will, because, and that is why if right now I'm carrying a name tag, you will see OA Bankole, if I go out and I need to conduct myself in a professional manner. There's what they call a military etiquette. And that's what the civil populace expects from me. Anything beyond that, it's not. And I could be sanctioned if I do that.
Rear Admiral, there's a question my viewer expressed me to ask you this morning.
I hope I can answer it.
You know the story of Wadume, the kidnapped kingpin, who was released by some military personnel. And I know for a fact, I've done 3 stories on it here, why the military has refused to release the officers for prosecution. Is it institutional protection for somebody who did wrong?
You see, there is a need for us to also protect, for example, people that give us information. People are kept in custody, not because they want to be kept there, they are kept for their own protection. The story of Adume was about some years ago, and This was supposed to be someone that was alleged to have issues with militants and insurgents. So I think the military, they're trying to, I may not be able to say the details, but we could be keeping him to protect himself and also to protect the country. We could be using him for something. So.
Okay. Well, I decided to ask that question on your behalf because I'm sure you find me guilty if I didn't ask it, because that is the right person to ask the question, because we are conversing on military-civil relations. I've enjoyed myself this morning. The past 55, 56 minutes, I've been conversing with Rear Admiral, you know that I'm aging now, let me read it properly, Olusanya Bankole. He is the Chief of Defense, Civil Military Relations, Defense Headquarters here in Abuja. On your behalf, let me thank him for coming to the program. Thank you very much, Rear Admiral.
So I want to thank you, sir, for having me on this program, and also please help us to assure our audience that the military is the Nigerian military. We are your friends. We are here to serve you. We are here to protect you. And we'll continue to do that in a professional manner. Thank you for your time this morning, sir.
Thank you very much. Take it from me, the Nigerian military is our military. I'm very proud of the military because I've had skin-to-skin relationship with them, and they are what I'm being proud of. This conversation never ends. It continues tomorrow, and my name never changes. It remains Kumabuz and Joko. Please have a great day and good morning.
Hello, thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. Today on our show, as they say in Nigeria, we have a very, very big fish. But I know that you'll be the first one to say, what do I mean? Exactly. So, we have a very big fish, a Nigerian who has become an epitome of the Nigerian spirit. A Nigerian who is proud of being Nigerian, but even in that pride, he's also still very proud of being an Igbo man. He's one of those that have signposted Nigeria in the world map, and it's my pleasure to welcome to our show Chief Dr. Pete Edochie.
Thank you.
Pete, you're welcome to our show.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
God bless you.
Always a pleasure.
Darling.
Yeah, let me take you back a little bit. A lot of people in Nigeria, when they think about Pete Edochie, they just see one big star who just fell from the skies. A lot of them didn't quite know where you started. Tell me about your broadcasting years. That was actually when you became a star, before you became the mega star.
Yeah, thank you very much. I joined broadcasting in 1967. I ran away from the North during the crisis, and I was lucky to have returned with my life, and I joined broadcasting on the 14th of February 1967, at Valentine's Day. I don't forget it easily, you know. And I rose to be a director. I mean, it's to encapsulate my impressions along the line. So, and while I was the director, there were programs I created and immortalized, so to speak, like Instant Party, Instant Party music from the masters, which featured only classical music from great composers like Peter Tchaikovsky, Ludwig van Beethoven, Mozart, Schubert, Haydn, Handel, the rest of them, Bach. And even till this moment, people still phone me to request I go back to the program. And I said, no, it's almost 20 years or more since I left broadcasting, and I'm not likely to perhaps attract sponsorship for the program, you know. Even though I will not lack material for it, I believe I have more classical music in my house than, well, most Nigerians, let me just put it that way. So, and I think it was while I was still in broadcasting that I did Things Fall Apart, which I think introduced me to the entire world as something of an actor, put it that way, it won plenty of laurels. And so the moment I left broadcasting, I got into the movie industry. It embraced me with both arms, and I haven't gone back.
Yeah, we are not going there yet. We are not going to your movie career yet. Let's go back to broadcasting. I mean, you were among the best. I mean, when you talk about music from the masters, I also can talk about it because I remember that era when you presented that program. Not only that you had developed it, you also presented it for many years. When you sit back these days and listen to radio, do you get a feeling that it is still the same broadcasting of those years when you held sway behind the microphone and kept people, thousands and thousands of people, glued, I mean, with their ears to the radio?
That's a very good question, Vin. Broadcasting today is no longer what it used to be. I must tell you the truth. In spite of the fact that the broadcasters today have access to all the information they want, they have not managed to inject professional expertise into their broadcasting. Let me tell you what I mean. When we went for the All Africa Games in 1973, I was at the commentary booth with Ernest Okonkwo, Ishola Fulonsho, Inca Craig, and I mean, they're all dead now. And we had materials on all the established athletes at our fingertips. Yeah, you talked about Kipchoge Keino, we could tell you all about him. You talked about Alisa Anum from Ghana, we could. You talked about John Akibua, the hodler, we could. I mean, I don't see any such thing these days. I mean, the last time that we had maybe a repeat of the All Africa Games in Nigeria, I mean, 30 years after, I was listening to commentaries and I was disappointed, but I hung my head in shame, yes. I was hurt. I said, look, this is my profession that is being scandalized. I mean, then, if you were asked to go and interview somebody, no matter who he is, you did a lot of groundwork before you proceeded to conduct the interview. If you were asked to interview a psychiatrist, you have the opportunity, it was provided for you. Go to the library, read up whatever you can on psychiatry, so that you're not at sea when you're interviewing that person. I remember on one occasion, people were interviewing the great Zik on national television. He looked at all the people interviewing him. He imagined the age they may have done in history, and he pitched his answer beyond them, and they were all nodding. Zik said, during the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, and I looked at all those people, none of them knew what he was talking about, right? Yeah, and I pitied them. If I were on that point, I would have nodded my head, because I know about the Treaty of Westphalia. But you see, all right, at a stage in a political evolution, maybe in the immediate past, history was expunged from the curriculum. It's a colossal tragedy.
A disservice.
Come on, if you don't know where you're coming from, there's no way you're going to know where to stop. To imagine it alone that history was taken out of the curriculum. Whoever may have recommended that, come on. You want to extinguish a people, that's what it means, and so you see, sometimes I don't blame the broadcasters today very much. I don't, because I don't know the kind of orientation they had. But in our own case, oh hell, you were grilled properly. Like I said, if you were going to interview a psychiatrist, you're going to interview a lawyer, a doctor, no matter the field of the person you're going to interview, right? You had a compulsive knowledge of that field at your fingertips. It is no longer the same thing today. So I'm not sure I still feel nostalgic when I listen to them. I don't.
Things fall apart. Yes, for those of us in the southeast at then, we knew Pete Edochie, of course. We knew you had become director at ABS. We knew you presented program, you participated in some radio drama and all that. But for the rest of Nigeria and the world, not many of them knew Pete Edochie. So how did it happen? I've heard stories, somebody called you and this happened. Tell us the story. How did you get involved in Things Fall Apart?
There was an engineer who worked with us in broadcasting, and he's dead now, Engineer ENUGU. He was in charge of, I think, zone C or zone E or one of these zones in the NTA. And it was that zone that decided to do Things Fall Apart. That was when Walter Ofonagoro was the Federal Minister of Information and Culture. He bought the idea, and they proceeded to do the script. Emailanya, late now, and I think the director, Adiela Onyedibia, did the script, and a lot of people were invited for the role of Ebubedike Okonkwo in Things Fall Apart. I was invited to the audition. The audition was held at I think one of the auditorium in University of Nigeria here in Enugu. I was invited. I actually was going to do my program on radio, so I had my records with me, and the moment I walked into the place, a lady called Dr. Mrs. Linda, who was lecturing at the University of Calabar, who was invited to handle locations and I think logistics, etc. The moment she looked at me, she said, if this man could act, that's the man we want. And I walked into the place. I had never read the book, nothing. And I saw a couple of people from Lagos. I remember Iria Benahimio was there. I think Imai Dokpaye, I'm not so sure, but I think they were all there. And we were given the script to read, some script. And all the others we were reading. And the moment I read part of my script, the woman said, this is the person we want. He walks like him, he's tall enough, blah, blah, blah. Then, of course, I was much younger, and I didn't know that I was working with a spring. I was working like my father, but I mean, it didn't mean anything to me until I was told that that was how Okonkwo in Things Fall Apart was working as recorded by Chinua Achebe. And that was what Engineer ENUGU saw before recommending me. But the people who were doing it did not bother to contact me. So they did episode 1, and ENUGU saw it and said, burn this thing. Go and look for Peter Edochie. He works with his wife in the same complex. He is on radio, the wife is on TV. Go and look for him. That was how I was contacted. Otherwise, it would have been done without me. So the moment I got in there and I was selected, we had to go repeat episode 1 that was done by Emma. And the moment I got on stage, both the producer and the white lady, Dr. Mrs. Linda Say, most of the people present, they said, come on, that's the man we want, our job is done. I said, thank you very much. Give me the book now to go and read. I've never read it, I didn't read it in school. So I went and read it, and we went on. At a stage, it's a very funny one now. 2 characters from Village Headmaster who were part of the production, Justice Esiri and Eleyumi, Funsho Adiolu, they began to bluff. They would always threaten to leave the set and all that. And at a stage, I called the producer. I said, listen, I am better than these characters, let them go. The script is about Okonkwo, and I am Okonkwo, let them go. There's nobody who can bluff me when it comes to English or interpretation. I have more Shakespeare in my head than any character I know in this country. I said, come on, let them go. Let them go. That was when they stopped their threat. Then Esiri came back to me and he said, look, you don't act like a big actor. You're a very big actor. You should be bluffing when you're... I said, no, 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 no. I will not bluff. This is our production. There's no way I can bluff anybody. Let's get it right first. Then we can bluff after all, you know. And then, I mean, afterwards. So we began to shoot. And as the production progressed, we were able to tell that we were actors operating at various levels, I mean, of competence, by the way. Now. So the film came out. The BBC flew into Nigeria to interview me because of the success of the production. Then they flew across the Atlantic to interview Chinua Achebe. And Chinua said, a lot of people have tried this production before, but the only person that gave it an interpretation after my heart is Peter Edochie. He is Okonkwo. And from that moment, I've been Okonkwo till now, you know. Well, the NTA, I signed a contract, which was not honored by the NTA, no. They said, each time we broadcast this thing, we're giving 15% of the proceeds, and nobody ever gave me a cover, but it's okay.
Yes, I was going to, you know, because today, a lot of on-air people, a lot of actors and actresses, the first thing they talk about is money. And when you told us the story, I didn't hear anything about money. What was driving you? Two things. What was driving you to jump into this production without the money aspect? And two, what was driving you when you told those colleagues of yours that, look, this is our production. It's not time to bluff?
First of all, I never got into that production because of what I was going to be paid. I was paid all right. That was not the motivation. That was not the propulsion. I wanted to make an impression of an actor. Nigerians were used to seeing actors on national television, mainly people who were doing Village Headmaster and a few others, you know. I can't remember most of them now, but the most prominent then was Village Headmaster, you know, and we were not part of it. I mean, nothing that was originating from the East here was ever on national television. Or maybe Zebrudaya, or I don't, you know.
Zebrudaya.
So I said, okay. I got into acting in 1962 when I was in my third year in St. John's College, Kaduna, and I was on set to do Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. That was my introduction to Shakespeare, and after that I had to do Macbeth, I had to do Julius Caesar, I had to do Richard III, you know. But that was how I got into it. Now, there was nobody here then who knew that Peter J. was this kind of person, right? If I had any theatrical competence, there was no way I could prove it until I went on set. I remember the Commissioner for Information then, Dr. Paul Mordum, he called me. He said, Pete, this is an opportunity for you to put our name on the world map. I said, I'll do my best. And I did. And after that production, I think, at the risk of sounding immodest, vain, I won the hearts of so many people. So when I left broadcasting, I was embraced by Nollywood. Even though, by the time we did Things Fall Apart, there was nothing like Nollywood, no. Nollywood came into existence with
Living in Bondage.
Living in Bondage, thank you very much. By Ken Nibwe. And that was when Nollywood came into existence. And we had done Things for about 7 years before then, you know. So, well, I'm still in it, I mean.
So does it bother you that today, when you meet a young person that maybe you think they have some talent, that the first thing they talk about is the money?
I don't blame them. I blame the circumstances under which they were raised. Today in the country, a man gets into politics. Before you know it, he's built his wonderful house, houses, not house, but expensive cars, etc., you know, and hell, that's somebody you were sitting down with, one-on-one, as pals, mug mates, getting into politics and becoming larger than life. So the emphasis now became money. How much can I get? So if you say, hi, how are you doing? The person extends his hand, money first, before I tell you how I'm doing, right? I don't blame them at all. I don't. And I'm telling you the truth, I don't, yeah. It's what the country has prepared them for. The country has misplaced emphasis. It has affected them, yeah. It's money, money, money now. You know, it was not like that in our own day.
You know, I was going to talk about politics at some point in this conversation, but I think maybe we should start talking about it now.
Good.
In the past 8 years, if I'm wrong, please correct me, you've paid more attention to politics, not as a politician, but putting out your opinion about what you think, about who should lead and how we should be led. What brought you to that point? Because
you've been Pete all these years, but and I'm sure I noticed this in the last couple of years, you are more outspoken about what is going on in the country. Why are you taking that position?
You get to a stage in your life when people begin to look on you as a role model. Societal expectations compel moral rectitude. You want to tell it as it is because people accord you a lot of credence. And that's what it is. You know, during the past 8 years, I mean, we who belong to this part of the country, we received no attention at all. Buhari deliberately ignored us, right? He knows why he did it. I don't know. But I will tell you, he ignored us. I mean, I look at the man who was in charge of transport, the man from River State, Amechi. Now you want to resuscitate the railways, you want to revive the railways, you cut off the southeast. Who are the people who travel most? Who are the busiest traders in the country? The southeasterners. You cut them off, right? And then you turn around to tell me that you are doing me some good by cutting me off. That doesn't make much sense. I mean, I am 77 now. If I can't tell the truth now, I mean, how many more years have I got on earth? I mean, I don't care who is the president. No. Wherever you come from is your business. I don't really give a damn. But for God's sake, take a good look at this thing, evaluate it, imagine your involvement with it, and then ask yourself, am I really doing what I ought to do? Yeah. Buhari ignored us completely. I mean, he was not sorry for it. He said it that he was going to give, I think, 97% or some kind of mathematics that was, to those who voted for him, then 5%, He ignored us completely, right? And people like us were compelled by virtue of our position in society to at least voice our grievances, right? Without insulting anybody, just telling it as it is. We are being sidelined. We are being marginalized. We are being ignored. We are being hurt. And, well, he's off the stage now, right? Good. And Tinubu has taken over. It's still the same party. But you see, Tinubu came in, he made an Igbo man, I think, put an Igbo man in charge of the Navy. You are now
You became a service chief.
Yeah, talking about the service chief now. He put an Igbo man there. He made an Igbo man the Minister of Works. It's never been done in the history of this country. And the person he made Minister of Works, the very competent engineer, Umahi, who was formerly the governor of Ebonyi State. Go to Ebonyi State today. You will not believe that Ebonyi State is part of the Southeast. Ebonyi State is the most developed part of the Southeast today as I'm talking with you. And all these things happen, well, okay, progressively, show a lot of commitment by all those who ran the affairs of Ebonyi State, right? Then Tinubu made him Minister of Works. For that, I am very happy. And I owe Tinubu my gratitude. He has my support for that. He did not ignore us like his predecessor did. And I hear that somebody from this part is also in charge of FEMA or something, never done. Is it FEMA or never? What is it, FEMA?
Yeah, the maintenance agency.
And all that. Okay, right now, Abba has its own source of electricity. It couldn't have happened under Buhari, no. You look at the problem that the country has. Look, Vin, if you were born in England, you are a Briton. If you were born in America, you're an American. You are free to contest any political office where you were born, either in America, in Britain, France, you name it. It's not the same thing here. It's not. And it is part of our problem. We inject religion, we inject tribe. These are divisive forces. There is no way they can glue Nigeria together. And that is why I think it's particularly painful that we're running this country along those lines and we expect progress. It never happens like that. It does not. It does not. Like I said, if you were born in England, you're a Briton. The person who is running England today, I think, is an Indian.
Yeah, Indian descent. Yeah.
Thank you, right? The person who is vice president in America, this lady,